Councillors, you're looking at a very strange, maybe not so strange face, but in this seat, it should be a strange face for you. Yeah, I'm our municipal manager, Mr. Colin Piren, is on leave. So I'm the acting municipal manager, and we also received an apology from the speaker for today's meeting. So I will chair the meeting up to the stage where you as council then elect a speaker for today's meeting. So, now that is in terms of Rule 5 of the Rules of Order. Okay. So before I commence with the proceedings up till that point, can I ask that we all rise for our mayor? Thank you. Baie dankie. Thank you, councillors. We also have this morning, we have from the Maranatha Pinkster congregation, we have Pastor Peter Botha this morning with us, and he will then proceed with the opening. Thank you, Pastor.
Ik geloof dat aan ons moet staan. Goedemorgen. Ik geloof dat aan ons moet staan, alsjeblieft. Kan ons als oorsluit. Vader in die hemel, ons is dankbaar vanmorgen. Ons komt zo diep afhankelijk, klein, nederig, Heer, kom ons vanmorgen staan, kniel voor de troon van genade. Ons dank U vanmorgen voor ons levens, ons is uitgespaard. Ons besef, ons het guns gevind, Heer, in die oë. En daarom kan ons niet anders zien, zoals die woord ons leert, dat U sê, U sal vir ons uithelp, maar ons moet die eer. En vanmorgen kom ons alle eer, die lof, Heer, die aanbidding, mooi dinge net van U toeken vanmorgen, omdat die God is. Here, wat, halleluja, soos die woord ons leert, daar is niemand soos U nie, Vader. Niemand wat met U vergelijk word nie. Niemand wat U plek kan inneem, Heer Jesus. Dankie, Vader, U is vanmorgen bekend met hierdie bijeenkomst. Here, natuurlijk weet ons, Vader in die hemel, dankie omdat U vanmorgen ken, Here, in hierdie omstandighede. Ons wil U vra, Here Jesus, dat U vanmorgen die gees van geduld, Here, die gees van sagmoedigheid, Here, die gees, Here, lam van God, Here, van genade, die gees van respect, Here Jesus, sal het vier vanmorgen. Wil die vraag, Heer Jesus, elke een vanmorgen, Heer, wanneer een op die woord is, dat Heer Jesus ongeduldig sal luister, mekaar respecteer. Ons weet vanmorgen, Heer Jesus, dat die vijand is ook nooit een vredelam van God, Heer, waar ons so saamkom, Heer, om dit, waar het ook al gaan, om te bespreek, Heer. Hy is altyd lam van God, Heer, om ons gedagtes te verwaar, maar vanmorgen breek ons sy plan en sy werk in die naam van Jesus, Heer. Ons weet natuurlijk is het belangrijk vanmorgen, Heer, hierdie bijeenkomst. Natuurlijk is het vanmorgen in ons als gemeenskap se belang, Vader. Daarom wil ons die vraag, Heer Jesus, dat U vanmorgen, lam van God, Heer, sal oorneem in hierdie bijeenkomst, leiding sal gee, Vader in die hemel. Okay, U vanmorgen geopende ore sal gee, Vader, in Jesus' naam. Ons wil die vraag, Vader in die hemel, U vanmorgen, Heer, sal oorneem, lam van God, Heer, van U sal beweeg van gedagtes, Heer, tot hart, Vader. Want ons weet vanmorgen, U is die hartkenner, U is vanmorgen bewust, Heer Jesus, van gedagtes. Ons weet natuurlijk die duivel gekom, lam van God, om verwoesting te saai, Heer, om tweedrag te bewerkstellig, maar vanmorgen weet ons, Heer, waar ons die vraag, dit wat ons van U verwag, Heer Jesus, dis wat U aan ons beloof het, kon in die naam vraag wat ons nodig het. U gaan vir ons gee, Heer Jesus, ook gaan U vir ons doen wat ons vraag, wat U vir ons moet doen, Heer. Dankie vir die belofte wat U stand hou, Heer, in die naam van Jesus. Seën vanmorgen elkeen vanmorgen, Heer. Seën hulle gesinne, Heer Jesus, hulle opkomst vanmorgen, Heer. Ons weet ons is van U afhanklik, ons kan niks doen, Heer. Sonder U is ons magteloos. Daarom bid ons vanmorgen, laat van God, Heer, U ken vanmorgen alles, Heer, in die naam van Jesus. Neem vanmorgen leiding, oorwin vanmorgen, Vader. En ons sê vanmorgen net vir die baie dankie, in die wonderlijke naam van Jesus, Heer. Beweeg vanmorgen van sitplek tot sitplek, van hart tot hart vanmorgen, gedagtes tot gedagtes, Heer. Neem ons gedagtes vanmorgen, Heer, hemelswaard, Vader, want Paulus sê, ons moet die dinge bedink wat daar bo is, Heer, en nie vanmorgen op die aarde nie. Seën elkeen vanmorgen, in Jesus' naam. Die leiers vanmorgen, Vader, die voorgangers, Here Jesus. Ons weet, Lam van God, Here, soos ek gesê het, Here, ons kan niks doen uit ons eie wil, die Vader. Daarom wil ek vanmôre vra dat U wil geskied in Jesus naam. En ons sê vir U baie dankie, Here. Onverdiende genade vanmôre staan ons hier, maar omdat U aan ons beloof wat is, U se genade is vir ons genoeg. Ons dankie daarvoor in Jesus naam. Met vele danksegging, Here. Amen.
Pastor, thank you so much for that beautiful prayer this morning. What you said there is also thankfulness. I believe that we all should be thankful, and hopefully, and I believe that that will also be your message also that you gave to us in your prayer, that will also take us through a festive season. So thank you so much for your prayer this morning. You are welcome to stay and be part of the meeting, but unfortunately you can't remain in that particular seat. Our Deputy Executive Mayor, that's his seat in the chambers, so he has to get his seat back, but you are more than welcome to stay as you wish. Thank you, Pastor.
Maar ek dink my werk is mos nou klaar, so ek kan mos maar nog verskoon word, né? Dis reg so. Baie dankie.
Baie dankie, Pastor. Councillors, thank you so much. I'm going to proceed with the election of a speaker for today's meeting. So can I ask that we get a proposal for the speaker for today's meeting? Proposal? Pastor?
Thank you, MM. My actual candidate is not here. If Mr. Kamfer was here, he was my candidate. So now I have a better candidate. My proposal is Councillor Anneke van Rensburg to be the speaker for today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor. We have a proposal, and that is for Councillor Anneke Jansen van Rensburg. Can I get a secondant?
I will second me. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a counter proposal or another proposal?
I'm Councillor Mkondo. I do have a counter proposal. I will propose Councillor Nokolo Kwaza.
Then there's another proposal for Councillor Gwaza. Do we have a secondant?
My name Councillor Smabalo Dubula. I second that proposal.
So Councillor Dubula, we have a second for that one, secondant. Can I Thank you, Councillor. So we have to vote now, go over to a vote. So can I, by the raise of your hands, for Councillor Anneke? Sorry, can I just for administration, did you see the hand there? Okay, so how many did we count? 20? 20 then for Councillor Anneke Jansen van Rensburg, and then let's raise the hands for Councillor Gwaza. It's 5. Are we in agreement? Then it's 5. So, councillors, thank you so much. Councillor Anneke, by vote, you've been elected as speaker for this meeting. Congratulations, and may you please come and take the seat. Thank you.
Good morning, and I want to say thank you to each and every one of you in the council, for the directors, for the mayor, and also for our administration. And we start the the agenda. I'm going to first. I'm going to ask if there are any applications for leave of absence. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillor Ouda is going to a doctor.
Thank you.
She will join us later, as he said.
Thank you. I have a note of Councillor Buddha will be late. He went to doctor. Is that fine? Thank you. We noted. Thank you. Anyone else?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It has been mentioned, but Councillor Vanolia Fortuin is also absent with leave.
Thank you, Whip. Thank you so much. Amen.
Speaker, thank you. Our municipal manager who is on leave from the administration side, and then our Orlando Fredericks, our CFO, he will join us late. He's just currently occupied in a team session with the Auditor General's office. Thank you.
Thank you, Emim. We're going to hand over the certificates of recognition for excellent service, and I'm going to mention the names. Thank you. The names, I'm going to ask Leilani van der Berg, and I ask also Lisette de Kok. If you please can also come forward. And I'm going to ask the Executive Mayor, Alderman Der Kotze, and the Director of Community Service also to also come forward, please, and also for our chairperson. I'm going to read the certificate of recognition for exceptional service delivering. That's Leonie van der Berg, and loyal towards Mossel Municipality. Also the culture awards ceremony of the Department of Sport, Art and Culture of 26 September 2023 in Cape Town. Talmeida Library received the award for their significant contribution to the development and promotion of reading and literacy. Yeah, that's it. Congratulations. Okay, and I just want to also for Lisette de Kok at the culture award ceremony of the Department of Sport, Art and Culture on the 26th of September 2023 in Cape Town, Greenhaven Library received the award of their substantial contribution towards the development and advancement of literacy also. Thank you so much. Congratulations to these two beautiful ladies. We are really, really proud of our people. And then I'm going now to disclosure of interest in terms of Schedule 1, Code of Conduct for Councillors in terms of the Local Government, Municipal Systems, Act 2000, Act 32 of 2000. Is there anyone there that we can have names?
Madam Speaker,
Yes.
I want to declare please be excused for item. So I just want to confirm.
Three 317.
317, that's right, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Van Dijk.
Madam Speaker, I will excuse myself on item 320.
Thank you, Councillor Van Dijk. Any other hands? No. Thank you. Then we're going on.
Sorry,
no.
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Abumo.
I excuse myself there. That item on the business parks, I don't know what the item number is, but yeah. I think it's item, yeah.
What did it say?
So it's a
309. Item 309. Councillor Babu.
yes, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Babuma. And I also, can you just put your light off, Councillor Babuma?
Sorry.
Then Director Naidu.
Thank you, Speaker. The acting MM and all the directors will have to be excused for item number E326, 112023. Thank you.
This is by the next item, but we take note. We're going to do it now. Then the following one also, it's disclosure of benefits in terms of Schedule 2, Section 5 Code of Conduct for Officials of the Local Government Municipal System Act 2000, Act 32 of 2000. I think it's where Director Naidu also mentioned now. Emim?
Speaker, yes, that's correct. What Director Naidu indicated with a previous item is applicable to this particular item. So all directors to excuse themselves at that item. I think it's E326. And then also our manager, senior manager legal services, as to excuse himself at I think it's E312, Mr. Prince. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you, Emim. We are now, everyone here. Now, then we come into the next one, confirmation and signing of previous council minutes. May I have here a proposal and a seconder? I'm just read minute. Open council meeting held on Thursday, 26 October 2023. Police number 1697A till 1804. So may I have a proposal and a second, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do propose.
Thank you, Councillor Delamay.
As seconder, you have Councillor Van Dijk. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Van Dijk. So we're going on to the next one, cognizance, Executive Mayor and Deputy Executive Mayor resolution in terms of delegated authority as provided for in Section 59(1)A of the Act on Local Government Municipal Systems 32 of 2000. I read it for you. Item number FC67, 11/2023, and that's FC75, 11/203. Item number G58 11/2023 till then it's also 6 till 6 G64 11/2023. Then item number CS84 so 11 2023 and then till CS92 so 11 2023 and then item number PE 120 11/2023 till PE 135 till 11/2023. Next one is item number 7 now T56 11/2023 till T60 11/2023. Next one, item number CG57 11/2023 till CG63 till 11/2023, and the last one, item number UB72 10/2023 till UB80 11/2023. May I have a proposal, please?
Yes, Madam Speaker, you do. Councillor van Dijk.
Thank you, Councillor van Dijk. And may I have also seconded, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do second it.
Thank you, Councillor Delamain.
Madam Speaker, sorry.
Yes, Councillor de Bula.
Kunento apha iyaphazamiseka apha eziba ufunda ile. Confirmation of signing of the improvement council minutes.
So we can't hear you.
Bendicinga Madam Speaker uzothi na ugqiba mhlawumbi okanye uprepose apha kubekho abantu abaprepose abasekondayo then mhlawumbi uvulela ithuba umntu ofuna ukuphefumla malunga nee-minutes. So ndikubone sewugqithile kona waye kwi-item elandelayo, Speaker. So besalindele loo nto wasicela into yobana okay ithini into phayana after kuprepozile ii-minutes. So if i-speaker nebhunga liyandivumela into yobana kubuyele phaa.
Can you please
Oh,
can
okay.
you please slow down also?
Oh, okay.
Councillor de Bula, do you have any comment?
Yes, Madam Speaker, and I
Thank you.
comment phaa.
I give you a chance.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Phaa kwi-minutes ekunga sizifunda sizi-councillors ANC safuna ubana ikhona impazamo eyenziweyo phayana kwi-minutes. Phaa kwi-minutes besesaphakwesa imotion apha as ANC. Now ngasuma sizifunda ii-minutes eziyana akuveli igama le-ANC, kuvela igama lika-chief whip wethu uCouncillor Bhuta ezingathi nguye bephakamisa kanti bemele i-ANC. So isicelo sethu phayana, Madam Speaker, ezi minutes mazilungise ingabi ngathi ebezimela akazimelanga bemele i-ANC. So sicela lungise ezaa minutes phayana uba i-ANC iphamise imotion as bathe nxa sifunda phayana i-DA iyavela uba i-DA iyacela i-caucus after laa motion. So sicela lungise laa ndawo, Madam Speaker, phayana. Enkosi.
Where is it in the minutes?
Those minutes. Back in the minutes.
Wait.
And which one do you mention it? Councillor de Bula, just check for us.
Enkosi, Madam Speaker. Phaa kwi-minutes. Phaa kwi-minutes kulaa motion ibiphamise ANC agents malunga nomcimbi wasePower Town we-public toilet ze-bucket system. So besiphamise loo motion phayana. But nxa siyifunda apha kwi-minutes apha akuvele the-ANC. I want to check i-page, Madam Speaker. Kwi-minutes is the last meeting bese-1926. Then I'm not sure why page la 1679D Yes, iphayana Madam Speaker. Then ngawufunda phayana akuvele as i-ANC phambi se-motion. Kuvela as uCouncillor Buda nguye phambi se-motion. Which means it's wrong ke ngolo hlobo Madam Speaker because sorry. Ngoba as bandisitsho uCouncillor uBuda umele i-ANC ebhungeni akazimelanga as ba umuntu ozimeleyo mhlawumbe. Uthunywe ngumbutho so beyiphakamisa la motion as umbutho so asiliboni igama livela pha i-ANC iphakamisa i-motion Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Buddha. I'm going to ask the whip to also coming in here for us.
Madam Speaker, when motions are proposed, the councillor who proposes it is recorded as the person who brought it. The minutes has to reflect that. My suggestion would that just be that it then reads that Councillor W. Buddha, on behalf of the ANC, brought the minutes. We can just correct it in that way if that will satisfy the ANC. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We can do it. We accept it. Is there any further? Yes,
I
Councillor
want to impose as Banisich and like Palasel.
We listen to each other. It's fine. We can do it. Is there anyone else who from the councillors want to mention, or are you fine? Thank you. Then I'll go on. Councillor Buddha, you are fine with this? You are satisfied? Dr. Bula, you are fine?
I know, Madam Speaker.
Then we go on to the next also. Cognizance municipal manager resolutions in terms of delegated authority as per council resolution E127/11/2000 as provided for in section 59(1)(a) of the Act on Local Government Municipal Systems 32 of 2000. This is GM 49. So 10 till 2023 till GM 53/11/2023. May I have a proposal?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do propose.
Thank you, Councillor Anton Delamay.
You have a second, Madam Speaker, Councillor van Dijk.
Thank you, Councillor Leon van Dijk. Is there anyone who want to obtain also? Comment? Nothing? No one? Okay, cognizance also. Thank you so much. Then we go on. We're going on to the communication to our Executive Mayor, Alderman Ter Kotze. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good luck with the meeting and congratulations. And then good morning to members of the community and fellow colleagues. On 10 November 2023, this Council of the Mossel Municipality marked 2 years in office. These have been 2 years in which we have worked with our community to deliver services by diligently overseeing the execution of our 5-point growth strategy. So under the Grow Safety pillar, we have successfully launched the Joint Operational Center, became a hub of peace officer training for the district, launched the K9 unit to serve the Greater Mossel Bay and the district. We've purchased 2 armored personnel carriers to safeguard our personnel. We have to protect our municipal infrastructure. And we established partnerships with the private sector for the free use of aerial support, such as helicopters during emergencies and for routine community safety operations. Under the Grow Environmental pillar, we have taken hands with the community to grow over 250 food gardens. With our greening campaign, the personnel have planted over 3,000 trees. We've launched a tree policy to enable the greening of our beautiful environment. And we are on the final stages of establishing a conservancy NPO to further our our ideals of nature conservation throughout the district in close cooperation and collaboration with conservancies and environmental agencies. We have also hosted 3 mayoral hikes including the iconic Mossel Bay Trail with the former public protector and special advisor to the UN Secretary General, Professor Tuli Madonsela. This venture incited many residents to embrace the healthy body and healthy mind mantra while getting to know each other along the way. Our Grow Social Regeneration pillar has seen several successes. Among these of them are the finalization of the Mountain View Social Housing Initiative, our Made a Difference campaign and mayoral committee community visits on Tuesdays to experience firsthand the feedback on service delivery issues and get to know our community structures. Several engagements with faith-based leaders and faith-based forums as valued leaders of our society, street and beach cleaning events that's regularly taking place, improved waste removal and access to rubbish bags for all of our communities that also serve our conservation focus. Our annual Mayoral Golf Day was another resounding success with the proceeds going to the Mayoral Fund. This fund sponsors benevolent and charitable requests in support of community development. Then our Grow Governance pillar, which deals with the municipality's management, has experienced exciting innovation. Our municipality was the first to implement the new staffing regulations and has implemented several exemplary practices that have become leading examples of to neighboring local governments, and it's actually not only local neighbors, but actually countrywide. And I want to thank our HR staff for the great work that they've done here. As far as I know, most of the other municipalities in the country make use of outside people. This has been done in-house to the effect of a few million rand worth of work. And I also understand that only 4% of municipalities countrywide has implemented this regulation. So I really want to congratulate our HR staff for playing a leading role regarding this. The corporate image revamp as well underway with some of our younger staff members playing a leading role in the design rollout that we've done right at the start of our campaign or term. The dedicated focus on communication, excellent results. Dedicated focus on communication excellence results in expanding capacity and the new multimedia studio that soon will be launched. I'm also proud to say that the municipal app, the Collaborator Citizen app, is the most innovative and fastest growing communication interface among all participating municipalities and provides an improved rapid communication mechanism and convenient accessibility to services, and also well done to our staff, playing a leading role as municipality leading not only in Collaborator but also with this app. And yeah, we also want to encourage our residents once again to make use of this app to gain quicker and more easy access to the municipality in terms of communication. Then improved capacity at all hours, our call center that helps streamline service delivery challenges our residents face. And I must mention that over the past months, we've experienced various problems with the call center due to our telecom lines. And thank you also for our administration looking at how we can solve it. Unfortunately, it's going to cost money to move away from telecom. But at this stage, I think it's inevitable that we go that route because we've seen our call center being offline many times that we had to use other phone lines or numbers. Exciting new municipal dashboard also to enable a bird's eye view of service delivery with up-to-the-minute management information has been developed. And then within our Grow Economy pillar, Mossel Bay is emerging as the events capital or destination of the Western Cape and has hosted over 100 events for 2023. Events track visitors, business and investment to our town and boost the local economy. Amongst the events were the Ironman 70.3, the Matric Bar Festival that's opening soon, the toughest firefighter alive, the popular Buffalo Rally. We've got a growing cruise liner season with 23 cruise liners that will dock in Mossel Bay. I think 2 of them already been or docked here, left already. And this year also the exciting Somerfeest that we expect. And then also I'd like to invite residents and everyone in this chamber today to the very festive Liggefees on the 9th of December in the Harry Park, where we will celebrate the spirit of Christmas, sing carols by candlelight and switch on the festive season lights. On 9 and 10 December, we will welcome the Amphiheart Music Festival for families back to Mossel Bay. And then an event that's very dear to my heart and the very first for Mossel Bay is the Mighty Men Conference that will take place in Bartelsfontein from 15 to 17 December. This event will likely become will welcome tens of thousands of delegates and their families who will use the opportunity to rededicate their lives to God Almighty. It is my sincere wish that this will be the first of many more to be hosted in the greater Mossel Bay area. None of the successes and ventures mentioned here would have been possible without the dedication, hard work, and service excellence approach of our municipal manager, his executive management, and every staff member of this proud establishment. So thank you to them once again. We make it our job to, at each and every mayoral committee meeting, to thank all of them. But I also want to, once again, with this last council meeting, or maybe the second last one for the year, or formal council meeting, I just once again would like to thank them for their dedication towards the work that they're doing. Mossel Bay has seen a tremendous growth in population, a clear indication that we are a preferred destination of choice. As we approach the summer holidays, I welcome not only new residents, but also the visitors to our beautiful shores with a wish that they will experience the warmth-heartedness of our community members. Thank you to all our residents for growing with us during this past 2 years. The council, administration, and I look forward to continuing our successful partnership with you. And I can just mention that we're very proud of various partnerships that's been established, and we are true believers and also strategically working definitely as part of our growth strategy, working with partners in our town. So to each and every person who's making our community a better place, who's willing to offer their own personal time for the greater good of our community, thank you very much for what you are doing. I know that also a lot of people will help and assist over the December holidays in terms of neighborhood watches, keeping our community safe, and various MPOs who will be working hard during December, helping to distribute food on Christmas Day. I know there's various initiatives where people go out and serve our community. Thank you very much to each and every one of you. On behalf of the mayoral committee members and the council, I wish all a Merry Christmas, a safe and well-deserved rest during the festive season, and a Happy New Year. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. We really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm going over to the communication of the Speaker. I'd like to welcome everyone today by this council meeting, especially the residents who are turned in online, and also everyone here today. I would like to take this opportunity to say thank you to our executive mayor, our councillors, our municipal manager and administration for the hard work during this year. We have served our community well through excellent service. And I wish you all a lovely time with your families and a blessed Christmas. I remind our councillors there will be a lunch after council meeting served as we closing this year on the formal council meeting. Then I can't leave this out. Renelle there also in the gallery. Colin, our interpreter, and our translation. I don't see her here, but also for this year, also for the secretary. Thank you for the hard work that you're putting in for us. We can't do it without you. Then I'm going now to the following one. Please, we're going to stand for a moment of silence. Before I'm going there, my communication with you first is a congratulations to elder lady, my apology, Rosina Reuters, With her birthday, the 20th of November of 2023, Councillor Donovan Claassen, with his birthday on the 2nd of November 2023. And then Councillor Tsunza. I really struggle sometimes with this beautiful surname. With her birthday on the 15th of November 2023. Congratulations, and we are very proud of each and every one of you. And now I'm going to ask that we stand for a moment of silence. We can see that the list is here in front of you. Please. Thank you. My seat. Now I want written questions. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, written questions received. Executive Mayor, do you have any questions received?
Speaker, yes, I've received a few questions from Councillor Gous, and 5 questions were received. The first one is, what was the total purchase price of the 2 armored vehicles bought by the Mossel Municipality? The answer is the total price was 4.9169,192 million rand without VAT, and that was within the budgeted amount. Then the question 2, were any other costs incurred for the vehicles, such as transport costs, repairs and maintenance, modifications to the vehicles? The answer 2 is the vehicles were bought in terms of a tender, and all additional expenditures, such as transport costs and any other extras fitted to the vehicles, was included in the purchase price. The vehicles were purchased as a whole in terms of the meaning of being used as an armored personnel carrier from the supplier. Then question 3 is more regarding Bergsig and the Seesig flats. The question 3 is, for how long has the Mossel Municipality not received income for these flats? The answer is the municipality has no record of income against these flats. Question 4, what is the total loss revenue for the flats during this time? It is not possible to determine the answer. It is not possible to determine an accurate amount, as a rental fee has never been determined due to efforts from the municipality trying to give ownership to the occupiers through a sectional title scheme and establishing of a homeowners association. Many occupiers are also poor households with no other place to stay, which hampered efforts from the municipality to successfully conclude agreements. Question 5, what is being done to recover rental income from persons occupying the flats? And the answer is a draft policy will be presented to council soon with, amongst others, recommendations to council in determining a lease amount for the flats and making this amount part of the draft 23-24 tariff policy of council for possible introduction in the next financial year. And beneficiary criteria is also part of the draft policy. Thank you, Speaker. That's all questions I received.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Councillor Gous.
Thank you, Speaker, and welcome to the seat. I'd like to thank the Mayor for a very concise and transparent reply. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jeanette Gous. We appreciate you. And also then we're going on.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I've got the motion of exigency. May I? It's the extension of the lease agreement of 4047 and 466. That's a Mossel Benevolent Park Home Aid for Elderly, Disabled and Care Center.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. A seconder for us, please. Can I have a seconder on this motion?
Madam Speaker, I will second.
Thank you. It will be dealt on the end of the agenda. Is that correct for you? Thank you. Now, is there any, our Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would also like to request to table a motion of exigency. But I would like to do it before we start with the agenda, because if we look into the gallery, we've got some visitors from the Great Barraga River Rugby Club. So I think if we are going to do it after the normal agenda, it will be too late, because some of them have also other commitments. So if I can have that opportunity, please, Speaker.
Yes, please. And you can go on, Deputy Mayor. What's the purpose?
The purpose of the motion, Madam Speaker, is to congratulate the Great Barraga River Rugby Club for becoming the SWD League champions for 2023.
And may I have a seconder on this item?
Councillor Baron,
Motion.
Freedom Front Plus, second that motion.
Thank you, Councillor Baron. Proceed and the Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a proud resident of Great Barraga River, I'm rising to bring this motion to table, a motion of exigency in terms of Rule 57 of the rules regulating the conduct of meetings of the Council of Mossel Bay Municipality. The municipality and the council congratulates the Great Barraga River Rugby Club for becoming the Super League champions for 2023 by beating our neighboring municipality, Heidelberg, in the final. The municipality acknowledges the achievement of becoming the SWD Super League champions for 2023. And then that a letter of congratulations be sent to the club and signed by the executive mayor, the municipal manager, and the speaker. And that the aforesaid letter be shared on the municipality's social media platforms. Congratulations to the club for being the flag bearers for rugby in Mossel Bay. I so move. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy. May I ask if there's any proposal also?
Yes, Madam Speaker, we do so propose then.
Thank you. A seconder on this motion?
Madam Speaker, if I may, I'll gladly draft that letter. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And congratulations from us. Yes, I think we can, please, if you can forward to us and just take your stand here in front, that everyone can see that beautiful. Sorry, my apology, Council Porter. My apology. You can go on. You can
almost said a silent prayer. Thank you, Speaker. Perhaps if they have settled.
I will ask the executive mayor and also Mayor Kotze and our deputy Mayor Liffey Beyman just to also come forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this is to the management of Great Black River Football Club, to all players, the coaches, those who have worked tirelessly throughout the year of sport, of rugby. We knew where you're coming from the previous years. This year you have done miraculously. Hard work pays off, and you've done us proud. As a Patriotic Alliance, we want to wish you, or rather say congratulations for taking our town to the top. You are the champions and the true champions. I have that spirit of a Bokke, sorry for those who are not Bokke, but the very same spirit when the Bokke win the World Cup. And Chief, as you stand there with that cup, you are no different than a Siya Kolisi in a box span from Mossel Bay. We salute you.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. That was of excellency. Thank you. So we're going on now with the agenda, but just to wait for everyone to take their seats. Councillor De Bula, you may proceed.
Yes. As the ANC, I'm worried by your Pume on the club. As the ANC, siyayiviyela into yokubana sibone i-team ekwazi uwina i-league kwi-division ephezulu, a-Super League as i-rugby. So yinto entle kakhulu oyibone ukuthi i-sports saseMzantsi Afrika ngeze sicime, especially kwi-rugby, sizawuhlala siqinile. Sesibonile mos apha eGeorge i-player ebidlala kwi-national team, i-Ishmini iphuma apha eSouthern Cape. So I wish nobana lapha eMossel Bay saba nayo i-team, i-player eyoze yodlala kwi-national team kwi-Springbok. So siyayiviyela kakhulu, laa nto leyana intle kakhulu, siyayibulela. Okwesibini, Madam Speaker, kune-tournament ibiyenziwe ngumeya yesoka, siyayinqwenela laa team iwine laa tournament kameya, izoyiveza itrophy apha eBhungeni because ibiyi-tournament kameya. So sinomnqondo ubana laa team iwine laa trophy phayana yesoka, iziswe nalapha eBhungeni izoveza laa trophy kameya. Enkosi.
Thank you, Councillor De Bula. It's noted. And thank you also for your input. This is also good to have sport. Sport bring people together. We're going on with the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
My apology, Councillor Baron.
Yes, I also want to say something about Great Brak. Normally, I call them Great Britain. Cliffy, congratulations on. I know it's your team. You always fight for Great Brak River in this council. So congratulations to Great Brak River. I also want to make a comment. Great Brak River used their own sons to win that cup. There's other clubs that have a lot of players from outside of the province to compete, but Great Brak River used their own sons. And the one important thing is that one person can make a huge difference. The coach of Great Brak River this year was Johan Lerm, the previous coach of SWD. So that means he bring Great Brak together, that young sons, and take them to the highest level. Congratulations again.
Thank you, Councillor Baron, and we totally agree with you. And then I also say welcome to Councillor Buddha. We are glad you are here with us. Thank you. So we're going to start now the agenda, and I'm start with E295 11/2023 delegation of vacancy and replacement proposal. Councillor Ikosa D. Comfort. May I have a proposer and a seconder on this item, please?
Madam Speaker, you have. We would like to take cognizance of the letter dated 21 November 2023 from the IEC in this regard, and propose that recommendation 5 of the item be accepted. Thank you.
May I have a seconder, please?
Madam Speaker, I will second the item as Councillor Nikki has proposed it. Thank you.
Thank you also, Councillor Grace. Is there any comments? Councillor Baron, you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. From my side, before I start, I first want to welcome that lady there from Ikosa. I think your name is Nadia. Ne? So Nadia, whatever I want to say now, it's not against you. The inner fights of other political parties, nothing to do with me. I just want to make the following comment. I know the fact that Councillor Kamfer is not part of the council anymore. It's nothing to do with this administration, and it's also nothing to do with political parties. It's just the IEC that is in charge of this thing. And that's why we take cognizance. Can't make decisions, because if the IEC declare vacancy and you don't go along with it, you can go to court for that, because then you're out of order. Then you don't follow the laws of this country. So that I understand. The only concern that I have, and that concern is actually for us and for the IEC, is that this case is in court. And we just wonder why are they acting so quick while the case is in court? Next week, the 8th, this case is in High Court, and it's 8 days from now, of 9 days from today. That means if the other part, there's now 2 camps in Ikosa. If David Kamfer's camp won, then we have a problem. Because then Councillor Kamfer is supposed to come back. And who will pay the difference? Because we must pay Councillor Kamfer out from the day that the IEC declare. And then the lady, the new councillor, Nadia, this council, this administration must claim back now from her. I just want to check from the MM. Am I correct when I'm saying this?
Thank you, Councillor Baron. MM? There's a light on. Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. Now, in terms of a remuneration of councillors, we will act according to the policy. So if it's necessary to reclaim or whatever, we will follow procedures. But I cannot confirm you today how it will be done. But we will follow the necessary procedures in terms of making sure that councillors do get the correct remuneration. Thank you.
Thank you, MM. And Councillor Porter, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Equally on the wave of hasteful response, I want to slightly differ with the Freedom Front Plus in the following sense. When you make mention of it is not for us, it is not party political, it is for the IEC to make a decision. It is the ultimate decision of the IEC that will give direction to this scenario. But you know, this scenario is a national scenario, a provincial scenario. Boils down to where councillors has been deployed to municipalities, of which Mossel Municipality Council is one of them. The other one is Oudtshoorn. Prior to the expulsion or the termination of membership and or any position within Ikosa, the DA-led government in Oudtshoorn has received in the similar communication we've received. That is my understanding. And they understand, and the DA council, they decide we're not going to pursue this thing until the court decides. That's my understanding, unless somebody can tell me that that's incorrect information that I have. Mossel Municipality received this thing and they simply move with it. So on that note, my honorable colleague, this is where I want to differ slightly with you. that this municipality, and I agree with you, that this municipality was the administration, the MM, I'm sure the MM, if I look at the writings, it's not Mr. Penter as the current MM that has pursued this to the IEC. But I think that must have been in line with good practice. And I think what Oudtshoorn has done is to say, let the court decide before we act. The matter is sub judice. And also the 8 days before this council or 8 days after this council would not have made a difference. Mind you of the fact that this council is having our last sitting now. Anything can happen over December, which involved this case, and that might put us in a better place if we would have decided as a council in Mossel Bay that we will take, whatever needs to be done at the beginning of the next year. Then we would have been safe from the concern that the Freedom Front Plus would have to say that there's cost going to be incurred for somebody that must come back, and cost incurred also for somebody that has now put into place. No offense to the newly appointed or deployed councillor from ICOSA. Last thing from my side, if I look at, and perhaps MM can just give me a surety or indication to that, gladly, the Freedom Front Plus already alluded to the fact in terms of the IEC and how the importance of the IEC is involved in this case. My understanding here is that the IEC have declared the vacancy somewhere on the 28th, the 21st of November. The letter from ICOSA is quite early. Please give us direction, because my understanding is that termination is at the date of what is this? Vacancy being declared by the IEC and not necessarily by the party. Meaning everything in terms of involvement, in terms of remuneration to Councillor David Kamfer should be on the very last day, which is the one declared by the IEC, which inevitably would be the 21st of November. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Imim, to you. Oh, sorry, my apology. Imim, you can proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Now, the letters and as it's presented in the item is our understanding and what we've received from the IEC. So we believe what we present here today is correct, and it is in line with the necessary legislation, and that also includes the dates as presented to Council then today, Speaker. Thank you.
Just a moment, Councillor Porter, I'm going to give you now again. I want to ask if we can just give our executive mayor the reports first, the option.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Serving as a councillor in this council was 21st of November. That is the confirmation that I need.
You want to, Imim, do you want to first?
Speaker, now I think it is as it is in the agenda. It's the 7th of November. It's indicated there that cognizance should be taken of that, and that was the confirmation that we received from the IEC. And Speaker, through you, I don't know if Mr. Prince would like to add something to this one, but that was our understanding from the onset.
Thank you, Imim. I think I'm going to ask Councillor Baron also now, please.
Madam Speaker, the only thing that I want to say is that the IEC reacts on the person that he have in charge of the ICOSA party in his name. So if Jeffrey Donson is in charge, every municipality gets the same letter.
Yeah.
If Jeffrey Donson is in charge, then whatever he say, the IEC is saying is going with it. So that we can do nothing about that. So we must wait for the court, and the court will decide. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baron. I'm going to ask Councillor Witta. Whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me then also welcome Councillor Krieger, who's here then. And Madam Speaker, I just want to say I understand that councillors are airing their concerns, and I appreciate that. but let us all be mindful not to interfere in the internal processes of other parties and be respectful towards them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Speaker.
Councillor Porter.
Speaker, yeah, I just want to conclude to say we do respect everything and everyone in this council on this matter. Before I conclude, I want to also warmly welcome Councillor Krieger to be party to this to this council. But I want to conclude to say that if that is the response of the administration, having reference to the letter received from ICOSA on termination, then it means from that date of termination by ICOSA up until this date, where the inauguration of Councillor Krieger, ICOSA was not representative in this council. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. I think we have all the comments here in the council. Welcome to Councillor Nadia Krieger. Welcome to you. We know we have all the comments here, but we noted everything here on this item. So can we go on to the next item, please? My apologies. Do you have Councillor Buddha? Warm welcome to you.
Madam Chair, I don't know whether you say you want a proposal on the second and then it's already.
It's done.
Oh.
It's already done.
No, on our side is welcome, the lady Nadia. Thank you very much. But we are not going just to support anything pertaining removal of someone and so on and so on. Therefore, we abstain in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Buddha. Abstain from the ANC. Is that correct? Thank you. So we go then on. Are you fine, everyone? Can I go on with the next item?
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor House.
Thank you, Speaker. My apologies. I just want to, for clarity, this item is for cognizance. How
Yes.
can you abstain on cognizance? You can't abstain from taking note of something.
Okay, you can go. To Minister Prince.
No, Speaker, you're not abstaining from the cognizance. You're abstaining from the decision that Councillor Conversely placed on different committees.
Thank you. Then we go on to E, item E296. My apologies. 11/2023, second adjustment budget 20323/24 financial year operating and capital budget. May I have a proposal and a seconder on this item, please?
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I would like to propose.
Thank you, Councillor Mark. Furness, may I have also a seconder, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will second the item.
Thank you so much. Any comment? Councillor Gous?
Thank you, Speaker.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, two issues regarding this item. The first is the unspent amounts for the emergency municipal load shedding relief grant. If we could please just get clarity on what happened there and what is going to happen regarding that. And then the second thing is the rollovers that were not approved because they have been funds that have been unspent for 2 years by this municipality. If we could receive clarity on why that is so.
Tot 1 uur toe, né? Verstaan? So as dit
Thank
voor
you.
daai tyd kan wees. Ek sê wat hier Pieter en dan kan jy net vir my sê my hoe werk dit? Gee hy sommer faktuur op die site of kan jy faktuur vir my maak? Maar jy het my mailadres, né? Stuur vir my 'n faktuur, né, en dat ek dit vir jou kan betaal dan asseblief nie kom. Pieter. Baie dankie Pieter man, hoor.
but it's fine. No, it's fine. Etc.
Speaker, thank you, and our apologies. I believe that it's sorted out, but
Thank
you
you,
know
Chair.
how it goes, but I believe that it's sorted out. Thank you, Speaker.
I think when they go on, it's fine if you work. Fine. Let's go on with the agenda. It's a long. I think I just want to ask. There's two questions that Councillor Gous asked. May I ask the CFO, please? Could you please assist us on these two questions?
Speaker, I see Director Naidu wants to jump at at some of the responses. I'll give it to him first, and then I'll fill in where I can't fill in.
Thank you, Director Naidu. You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I would like to just respond on the unspent emergency funds for the backup generators. As you know, and has been reported previously, the tender was awarded. The emergency generators were delivered to Mossel Bay. Unfortunately, upon closer inspections, we've noticed that it wasn't built according to specifications. We found that the material that was used on these generators were inferior quality. So we've decided not to accept the goods. We've sent it back to the factory, and it's being now rebuilt. So we haven't received it yet, and we will only pay once we receive the emergency generators in good condition. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Naidu. CFO, please, you are welcome.
With regards to the other spending, can be a number of reasons. Either delays in the project or the delays in SCM processes, because a delay in SCM isn't just the slow progress of getting something evaluated and awarded. It also be that that process goes through a number of appeals, and then it has to be advertised. We get non-responsive tenders that are coming in. So that could have resulted in a part of delay or the spending, and then obviously some people then underperforming on contract as well, which obviously means they don't get their full allocation, whatever the case may be, if the case may be. But that usually results in total funds not being spent within the due date.
Councillor Gous, you just a moment, Councillor Gous. I must ask after this light is first on Councillor De Bula.
Inkosi, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, apha kule item umbuzo nje endisinqwenele uyazi the ANC eba sibona phayana kubhaliwe imali ekuthiwa zihluthiwe urhulumente national oma 1 million 1.8 million noma 256 njalo njalo zonke zamali eziphayana. Owona mnqweno sinqwenele ukuwazi i-ANC intobana as urhulumente eyicuthe le mali uyicuthe ibiyimalini ngaphambili ecutha kwimalini uza kucutha ezi mali. Enkosi.
CFO, please, could you please assist us with the answer here? The question that you mentioned, if I'm right, Councillor De Bula, money is mentioned, is 0.8 million, and what like to know the money is now less. Is that correct, Councillor De Bula? Fine. Thank you.
Speaker, if we go further down the agenda on page 1812, then we can see there that for the EPWP, the 256 in question, it was for Mossel Bay, we are supposed to get it's 4,589,000, and now we're going to be only have 4,333,000, and then on the very next page, our MIG funding is 28 million, and that was decreased by 1.9 million, which results in us only having 26.2 million at the end for the financial year under review. Just so that it's not a case of us losing money due to circumstances in the country with regards to the collection of revenue by SARS. The bucket of money that's available has decreased, and as a result, National Treasury has made a call to decrease funding across the board. All municipalities are affected, all provincial departments and national departments are affected. And as a result, we now obviously just feeling the pinch as well by them with reducing our allocation for the financial year.
Thank you, CFO. And I just want to ask first, Councillor Bula, I must also give first Councillor Gous. Councillor Gous, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. I think I'd just like to follow up with a note. I hear what our CFO has said about the funds that are not rolled over and the possible reasons for that. I would like Council to just note, however, that some of this funding has been rolled over in the previous year. So it means that for 2 years, we were stalled in processes. And for this reason, I'd like Council to note that as opposition party, one of the roles of opposition is to ensure that we scrutinise contracts, tenders, our capital budgets, and our operating expenditure. It's a role that we play of oversight. And we're entitled to ask these questions. So, Speaker, I'm mentioning that because of an issue with me asking other questions. So I'd like to just note that this money has been rolled over for 2 years now. It impacts service delivery. And that's the reason opposition parties ask questions like this.
Thank you, Councillor Gous. Councillor Porter, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. A reference to, what is this, Annexure B. It's a letter from the Western Cape government, also in relation to rollovers. Now, here we have rollovers involving the K9 unit. There's upgrading of informal settlements and a number of things. Rollovers, housing. One, it cannot be good practice if Mossel Bay in Mountain View flats, as we have built these flats and they're standing empty and they are vandalized and there is absolutely no plan. From the day that we requested money for building building of houses, we must have had a plan to ensure the number of units that has been built versus the number of households that are not in proper housing should have actually guided us in terms of, you know, putting people into those flats, not allowing people or empty spaces that will be vandalized where money goes down the drain. And at the other hand, in this council or municipality administration, we still have monies that is not being properly utilized for housing. That's one. Two, you go to Brandberg and you see the informal settlement without sewerage, without electricity, without water. The same to what is on the mountain there? Reiterbos. I've had in almost all my council meetings, I've made reference to the bucket systems. And for this municipality to have monies available and not spend it where service delivery is really needed, draws a clear line of class difference, where the poorest of the poor people will never receive anything. And when they ask for something, the approach is an approach of bossiness, as if it is people are been doing a favor. The Patriotic Alliance is very clear that this municipality with rollovers is, and its administration is in disarray. It cannot be that the provincial government, national government, treasury allocates money and we don't know how to use it. But if you look at the other side of town, you will see iconic movements going up and down, even trucks running the whole country to expose or rather portray this town to be an iconic town. I, Faisal Porter, as the Patriotic Alliance, vehemently disagree with anything that says this town is iconic, where we're sitting at the very last council meeting of 2023, and we have a list of areas where there's rollovers of monies not spent. And when you come to our areas, to our poorest of the poor people, and we want to show you the shit running the streets where our children and fear and plain fear must walk, you come with an attitude.
Thank you.
That nonsense will stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. I think we take note of it. And can we now go on? Counter proposer? What he said? No.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Baron.
Just a comment from my side, from the side of the Freedom Front Plus. In the last budget, we spoke about these things. It will come and it will happen. And if we see the news in South Africa, we will find out our province have a 1.1 billion rand short. 1.1 miljard Afrikaans short in the province. And this stuff will happen now constantly and more and more. So we will get these problems in the future. It's time, like we said in the past, that we start budgeting around this national and provincial funds. The only big concern that I have is this incentives for the EPWP program. That is salaries, according to my understanding. Yeah, so that's my comment. We must start budgeting around this national and provincial funds.
Thank you, Councillor Baron. Thank you for you. And then I'm going to ask the Executive Mayor. You may proceed, Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. Just on just commenting on what Councillor Porter mentioned. In terms of Mountain View, he's mentioned that there's, first of all, I think we should apologize to the administration for saying that they are in disarray, because I don't think it's our job here to attack the administration. We as politicians, we can differ, but we cannot fight with the administration in this council meeting. So I don't think they're in disarray. I disagree with him. But in terms of Mountain View, he said they have no plan, there's no plan, etc. We all know that we are bound by legislation in terms of and processes and compliance, as we have had various debates in this council during this past year. So in terms of province, obviously they also bind to procurement legislation, which they need to follow for employing the renting agent for the FLISP housing project. So that was the delay in that project. And we all just as frustrated as you are, including the Provincial Minister of Housing and his department. But we cannot go around procurement processes, and that was the process that needs to be followed. And the same with various of these projects. If there's procurement issues or if somebody do not comply or cannot render service that it intended for, then you have to redo that. We don't have any other choice. So it's not bad planning. That's compliance with bad legislation, possibly. Maybe it's not that bad because we see all the money that's been stolen in our country, but it is a frustration. I do share that with you, definitely. Then just once again, we've touched on the bucket system various times, and I don't want to sound, because yeah, we're being accused of being insensitive. But the same argument is, in terms of legislation, we're not allowed as a municipality to spend money on private land. We're not allowed to spend money in floodplains. And the other one, there's three. We're not allowed to spend money, obviously, in river ravines, which is tie in with floodplains. Then also, we're not allowed to spend any municipal funds under any high voltage cables and so on. So there's various spaces or reasons why some of these bucket systems are still in place. Possibly due to people being situated in floodplains. One of the areas you've mentioned is it's such the case. And some of the other areas you've mentioned is private land or CPA areas and so forth. But if there's, maybe we should relook at that. We can get this argument that we are, as council, are insensitive off the table. And then obviously, the fact that legislation stops us from delivering these services, we should see how we can possibly still get it done. But that shouldn't stop us from trying to getting investment into our town. And that's what the iconic Mossel Bay is all about. So yeah, it's easy to criticize. And I challenge the council to come up with something better.
I think we did. Can I just come in here? We conclude this matter. And is there... No, okay. Councillor Dubula, I'm sorry, you are in front of me here.
Goes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, ngicela comment igqitywa commentwa ngokuna si-speaker sihlayo umeya wethu. Ngathi imali inosetyenziswa kwiindawo eziflash. Ibe i-Mossel Bay majority yayo kwi-flood. Even i-town kwi-flood. Because during xa kunetha amanzi ayehla azokuzimonakala ezantsi. So iyandothusa loo nto leyo. Sibe sinabantu abahluphekileyo abanida i-service deliver. Sine-informal settlement ezinida i-service deliver. Abasubmit letter every month, every year. But akukho nto iphenduleka kuloo nto leyo. Then sifumana into yobana ngona apha urhulumente ucutha imali. So umbuzo wam endifuna ubuza ngokuqala uba ithini ireason yoba urhulumente zacuthe le mali kwezi ndawo zonke, kwezi department? Yintoni ireason? Because akanoyicutha nje urhulumente imali, even neprovince ayinoyicutha nje imali kanti akukho sizathu. Ngathi sinike ireason, ithini ireason yokucuthwa kwala mali? Iyasothusa lithethwa ngumeya nyhani into yobana athi ke ngokuna akunosetyenziswa imali kwiindawo eziflat. Ibe Mossel Bay yonke kwi-flood. Enkosi.
Thank you, Councillor Dubula. I'm going to... Thank you, Councillor Dubula. There's another... Councillor Nkontu, I think the light of Councillor Gous is first on. Thank you, Councillor Gous.
Thank you, Speaker. In reply through you to our Mayor, I think all of us are aware of the restrictive conditions given by legislation. I'd like to just ask this question for clarity. We have on, I think, 3 occasions that I can think of just offhand, we have in this council approved funds to be spent on private land as a council resolution to provide services for communities. And I'd like to know what is the difference between those times that we've taken such a resolution and those matters that were raised today. What is the difference between that? Thank you. Not as an argument, just for clarity. Thank you.
Executive Mayor, you may proceed.
Maybe you will also answer me. Ne? Can you just...
I'm Councillor Nkontu. Please, you can proceed.
Okay, thanks, Madam Speaker. I must firstly say it's very disappointing the way of doing things in this council. In this council, will be always told or will see other problems. They will be always have a way of solving. Whether it's difficult, but there will be a way of solving. You will see the political will attending that issues. I will say the load shedding. There's plans for load shedding. The security. There's plans for security. But for the service delivery, there's no political will. We'll be always giving a reason not to do it by this council. There's no political will of resolving the issues of electricity, of resolving the issues of bucket system. In Power Town, in your ward, Madam Speaker, I'm glad you are a speaker today. You're in your ward. There's no political will to resolve the issues of Power Town. But now we must be told that because of legislature there and there and there, I want to, sorry, Chief, I want the Madam Speaker and then the Mayor to indicate when he was taking these positions, to resolve all issues of power of Mossel Bay, or to resolve only issues that he feels okay to resolve, and other issues will come with excuses.
Thank you, Councillor. I just welcome. I'm going to ask the executive mayor to speak, please.
Madam Speaker,
Point of
just
order,
on,
yeah?
just on the point of order. No, Madam Speaker, what is before us is the adjustment budget.
Yes.
All those issues the councillors are discussing are serious issues, but can we please stick to the agenda that is in front of us, the item in front of this meeting? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Whip.
Speaker. Speaker, I hear the mayor what he's saying there. What he say, talk and talk, so
Sorry.
I understand.
Just want to say, Councillor Buddha, you may proceed. I didn't say it, just for a record, but I know it's you
Thank you.
speaking.
Speaker, I heard what the mayor is saying, but when he spoke about the money stolen and so on without an evidence here, then we are not going to take it that. Based on these overall, these rollovers, then the ANC want just now 10 minutes caucus, based on these rollovers. So nobody is supposed just to accuse anybody without a portfolio of evidence here, even the national government of the provincial government. Thank you very much. 10 minutes caucus.
Thank you. I'm going to give you 10 minutes, but before I give you, if there's anyone's lights on, I'm going to, Councillor Porter,
Thank
I'm
you.
going to give it to you. I just want to disclose this one.
Thank you, Speaker. We will have a bite on during caucus and when we revert back. Before we go to caucus, for the record,
Yes.
this is Councillor Faisal Porter. I'm not sure how long I will be here. Maybe God will take me tomorrow, and I haven't said this very important thing. We came from a regime that we fought tooth and nail, blood and life on a system that was, after almost 30 years, the playfield is not level anymore. You know, this council of this municipality and its administration is relying on, for an example, National Building Regulations Act of way before apartheid, and prevent poor people to flourish and build houses by a rule of law. If you buy now, you must start building in a specific space of time. If you don't, you will forfeit. That's apartheid style, keeping us from going forward. Any rule, whether national or provincial, in particular this province, that will keep people in strontgatte like bucket systems, is an apartheid style. And there's a clear notion of the DA administration to rely on a national law, not doing what they're supposed to do where they are governing.
Point of
That
order.
is apartheid style. And I'm done. Point of order is
Point
fine.
of order. Yes, I think we are totally going. Yeah. I give 10, before I'm going there, Councillor Porter, I think these lights of the, Councillor Porter, again, just be quiet. Just for a moment that we just give the executive mayor a chance to speak. And also the whip.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you very much. Okay, a lot of comments and questions. So first of all, the ANC mentioned that it's shocking that the provincial government is taking money. It's just as shocking that that money has been taken away from us due to the fact that national government has been cutting on the equitable share and donations or funding towards provincial government. So unfortunately, we're on the receiving side with province on a local level. But yeah, I don't know why the ruling party say it's shocking because it's by them. It's their decisions that's been implemented. So I don't understand why some of the legislation that I've mentioned is shocking because it's national legislation. I don't know how we can be against our own legislation, colleagues. It's your government. So I really don't understand that. Then just to Councillor Gous, I do agree, whenever there's private land where there's willing people, we should engage and see how we can assist. Unfortunately, we've been for years in discussion with various CPAs in this town, which is not willing to say, yes, we private land, let's work with the municipality. And that's a problem. So it's easy to sit here and judge and throw all kinds of emotional stuff around, but let's look at the partner. It takes two to tango. In terms of the floodplains, I was in Powertown various times during the past flood. I didn't see any of my fellow councillors there. I did see Councillor Aniki there, who's been accused of doing nothing. Those people received houses, and yes, I do agree, and I do understand that many of them didn't want to move. But everybody there obviously also do not qualify for a house, colleagues, and that's also national. It's your government's legislation that you're now accusing us of. Your legislation nationally states that only specific people can get houses. So in terms of that same legislation, some of the people staying in Powertown couldn't get houses. And yes, others didn't want to move, and I can understand that. And yes, we do engage. I've personally engaged with them various times, also with old Councillor Jansen, various times, also after he's been a councillor, with Councillor Aniki being present. So she's trying hard, and we don't have the silver bullet. Those people are staying in a floodplain. And Director Naidu will indicate to you that you cannot put a sewerage line underneath the water because the shit that Councillor Porter has been referring to, which I don't think is good language to use in here, will float down the river if you do that. So it's just impractical. So it's not that we want a solution for that people, for our people. The people staying there, they want to stay in Powertown. And that's why we asked, let's see, can we fight with the Department of Environmental Affairs? Can we get stilted houses there and so forth? The people there, the people meeting with us, maybe they've got another message to you, but they indicated to us that they don't want to move. They want to stay there. Their livelihoods are there. They're working there and so forth. And that's the same reason why they didn't want to move to Powertown. So, Speaker, yeah, the Western Cape, I've seen the Miro report, the Neo Miro report, and yes, we are not perfect. And yes, we still got a lot of work to do. And yes, there's still a lot of people without work. And there's still a lot of people that's impoverished. And we, as public representatives, shouldn't sleep. We should work to see how we can better those people's lives. But in the Western Cape, we are miles ahead of all the other provinces. So I do agree, Councillor Porter, we should do more. We are not doing it good enough. We should do better. But I also want to indicate that in terms of measuring ourselves to the competition or other provinces, let's not call them competition, we are ahead. So let's use that to stay positive and to stay focused, and let's see how we can deal with the issues without trying to slaughter each other.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. I'm going to ask the whip just first his lightest along, and then I'm going to ask you, Councillor Budo. And then we can go, guys. Councillor Whip, please, could you please proceed? We need the light here, please. Please, councillors.
No, thank you, Madam Speaker. From my side, I just want to thank the administration for all the hard work they are doing. It's true, Madam Speaker, that overregulation is strangulation. Our municipal officers work in very difficult circumstances. I hear Raterbos was mentioned. The specific details there is everything on the municipality side is done. I was there with a public meeting. We are waiting on ESCOM to finalize the servitude on provincial roads to comment, but our officials are hardworking and they're keeping their end of the deal. If we are seeing rollovers, those are factors. Maybe the machine, like Mr. Naidu said, is not up to standard. They have to send it back. That's not the fault of our officials. So I just want from the DA side to congratulate our officials and thank them for all the hard work they are doing, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Whip. Thank you, Councillor Buta. Yes, we're going to have a 10 minutes caucus. Councillor Boudou, we take it only for 10 minutes. Thank you. We're going to adjourn.
Nou, is ek nou, daar gaan ek nie vinger nou slaan.
Van die veld van die debat toelaat, ons agenda is dan ons moet aanvulling dus dit.
Nou gaan ek dit doen.
Fine, everyone is in the council meeting. Can we proceed? Councillor Tubula from the INC, you can put up.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, as you are speaking about operation and then capital budget adjustment. We've got a number of issues, but Speaker, I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Majesini Zitulele, to put the ANC position, the ANC stand. I'm going to give over to him.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Enkosi, Madam Speaker.
Nkosi.
Ndizawuthetha isiXhosa.
isiXhosa.
Ndifuna ukucacelwa kakuhle le nto ndiyithethayo. Madam Speaker, ndimvile umeya xa elokhu ethetha esicabela. Ndimvile umeya ma esicabela ngale ndlela
Just wait. Just a moment. Just wait. We just wait for the interpreter. You see, can we just wait? Can someone just look for us if the interpreter is there? Is he there? Thank you. Now you can go on. You can go on. Might you see? Yeah, this is down.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
We might go on now. Can we?
Enkosi, Madam Speaker. Ndimvile umeya xa esicabela.
Yeah.
There, that side of.
Can someone just find administration just find out about the interpreter, please? We have a very long council meeting, and it's important that we have everything now in place. It's right, Councillor.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, it's inside.
We just want to mention that we have a short, just wait for the technical problems that we have, and then we're going to go on with the council meeting. Thank you. I just want to know from the ANC also now, the interpreter is not there. are you prepared to going on in English for us? Please.
Madam Speaker, English, I don't know exactly. That's why I want to speak Xhosa. To
Then
be
we must wait
clear
for
what
a while.
I'm saying. And then I understand what I'm saying
Yeah.
perfectly. That's why I want to speak Xhosa.
Councillor, we're sitting with a problem where our interpreter is not now there. So when we must, can I just ask from the imam? We just
Okay.
wait for an interpreter and yeah, I'm going to ask the imam to speak for us. You may proceed.
Speaker, no, they just locating. We don't know what happened, and the sound that was made was because the headphones was put on the system, so that was the sound that made. So we sorted the sound at least, but they just locating the interpreter. We got no idea actually what happened there, but we are trying to get another interpreter to proceed with the interpretation of the meeting. So.
We we're going to give a few minutes break, I think 10 minutes. And because we have a very long agenda, and as soon as we have the interpreter, then we're going on. 10 minutes break, not longer.
So is he back?
No, please.
Yeah, we 10 minutes. You don't know.
to sort it out also, and we can go on with this council meeting. I'm going to ask I'd like to hear from the feedback from the ANC caucus. You may proceed.
Mandibulele, Madam Speaker. Ukunikela ithuba. Bendisatsho ke ndithi ke simvile pha umeya esibetha. Eloku esithi lo rhulumente wenu andimazi noba uhlala phi yena. Noba ayingowalapha eSouth Africa uhlala kwenye indawo. Bayeloku ithi lo rhulumente wenu. Okwesibini, thina iba ngumsindo uba kube nemali ejikayo, kube kunabantu abadingayo eziwadini zethu. Iiwadi zethu zisengxakini but kunemali ezijikiswayo ngenxa yoba azikwazi usetyenziswa. Xa siya phaa siyofuna kulo kuthiwa akho mali kanti kunemali ezijikiswayo. Yile nto sithi iba ngumsindo. Siyi-ANC ndiyathanda usummarize.
Continue.
Siyi-ANC kulena imeko. Ngoba sikwazi uba imali ziloko ziyophucula iindawo eseziphucukile. But bayakwazi ukwenza i-deviation xa befuna uphucula ezabo iindawo. Abakwazi ukwenza i-deviation xa kuphuculwe zethu iindawo. Ide imali ijikiswe, ibe yi-roll over. Bengakwazi ukwenza i-deviation kwezethu iindawo. Siyi-ANC siya-against nale budget.
Just take it slow, please.
Hugo wayebazi Dolika.
Just a moment. You can go on now, Councillor.
Siyi-ANC si-against kule nanzi kule budget. Sihambisane nayo ngezi zizathu esendizixelile.
Thank you. Can we have a counter proposal? Thank you, thank you. Can we have a counter proposal? On this, that for abstain? You don't agree? Yeah, second.
Of course, Madam Speaker, a passer.
Yeah. No, okay. Right. Right, you second this item, so we're going to vote. I want you to vote here, if it's fine, that you, who is against this item? I want the name, the hands up, please. Can we count?
So.
No, myself. I want you to put up your hands.
Madam
Can we
Speaker,
count it?
Madam Speaker.
Against the item. We're going to now vote of the item E296. And I want to know who is against this item or who's going to vote for the item. Can we first have the hands, make it easier, who's going to which is for the item? Can you put up your hands, please?
Anyone?
21. Who is against this item? Seven. And no one abstain? Thank you. Then we go on to the next item, please. E 297 11 203 2023. Disposal of capital access. May I have please a proposal?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will propose E297.
And can we have a seconded, please?
Madam Speaker, I will second.
Thank you, Councillor Meyer, and also Councillor Mark Furness. We're going to the next one, the next item. Right. Is there any counter proposals? My apologies, Council. And then also we're going now to E298 11 2023 supply chain management monthly report for derivation approved September 2023. May I have a proposal on item E298?
I'll propose, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Furness. Can I have a proposal? A seconder, please. Sorry, seconder.
Madam Speaker, I second the item.
Thank you, Councillor Ludewyk Coetzee. Thank you, Councillor Gous. You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to thank the person that compiled the report. For quite a while, I've asked, no, sorry, I'm on the wrong item right now. My apologies. We're working with deviations. I'd like to congratulate the municipality on the fact that there are only 35 deviations for the period under review for a total of 1.5 million. That's a considerable improvement. I would like to just ask, Chair, if we could please, the calibration of breathalyzers that went out as a deviation, if it's possible, could I be told, was that the calibration of breathalyzers that is in that little bus of ours, that vehicle of ours, or which breathalyzers was this calibration for?
I'm going to ask Councillor Leon van Dijk.
Madam Speaker, I can answer by way of saying that there's only one dragger apparatus within the bus, but there are several other draggers with regards to being mobile with or being kept by traffic officers in the vehicles.
Thank you. Any other comments, or then we can go on? The next one, it's Councillor Gous, you're right. Fine. And then it's E299/11 2023 quarterly report from supply chain management as at 30 September 2023. May I have a proposal, please? And can I have my proposal on this item?
Madam Speaker, Councillor Situnsa will propose the item.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Councillor Grace. May I have a seconder on this item?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will second the item.
Thank you, Councillor Erika Meyer. Councillor Gous, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'd like to first also congratulate the department on the timely submission of all documents that were necessary for the audit process. Then I also want to note the fact that the report does give feedback on contractors that are performing badly. One of them mentioned in the report is also, in the report it's mentioned that the performance of contractors is measured before an invoice is set for payment. And the fact that they report back on contracts that are performing badly, I'd like that noted in council because of, okay, let me not go there. Let me just say that the purpose of these reports, in my opinion, is for oversight of the councillors in council. And we can interrogate these reports, we can comment on these reports, whether we do so in council or via email to the portfolio chair and the directorate. And that ultimately it's with one purpose in mind. And that is that we are all working towards efficient, transparent and accountable governance and clean audit outcomes for this municipality. Thank you. Thank you,
Councillor Gous. Noted, and thank you for your input. So we can go on. Anyone want to say something? Can we go on? Then we go on to E300 11/2023 monthly reports from regard to supply chain management, September 2023. May I have a proposal on this item, please?
Madam Speaker, I'll propose.
Thank you, Councillor Furness. May I have a seconder on this item?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, Councillor Malin Wellman, second item.
Thank you, Councillor Wellman. Councillor Gous, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this is the item that I wanted to comment on just now regarding the report back. I have been asking for quite a while that when we give report backs on when contracts have been awarded, that when they are appealed, that the reason the appeal is either dismissed or upheld is contained in the report. And this is the first report that we've received where those reasons are actually noted in the report. And so I'd like to thank the compiler of the report. That is helpful because that helps me to not have to ask so many questions because all the information needed is provided in the report. Then I'd like to just mention in the report the demolishing of structures. We are told where the structures were, but they are given as earth numbers. That's not helpful. I have also mentioned that in the council chambers before, that we be given specific addresses or specific areas. To tell me it's earth number 4631, for example, I've got no idea what that earth is. And then the 300,000 for demolition of urban in CMU Vlug noted. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Gous. We noted. And then we go on. No one else. Right. Okay. Whip, Councillor Botha, you may proceed.
No, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to remind all councillors that on their laptops, there's a little icon called GIS portal that shows all the earth numbers for the councillors and all the details. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Whip.
Thank you, Speaker, through you to our Whip. Whip, I'm sure I'm not incapable. I'm just not as technologically interested. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going on. Then it's E302. Oh, no, sorry. E301 11/2023 quarterly environment report for period ending 30 September 2023. May I have a proposal?
Madam Speaker, I'll propose.
Thank you, Councillor Furness. May I have a seconder on this item?
Madam Speaker, I would second the item.
Thank you, Councillor Goodseer. Any questions, any comments? Nothing. So we go on to E302 11/2023 quarterly report for expenditure section for the period ending 30 September 2023. May I have a proposal on this item, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will propose 302.
Thank you, Councillor Erika Meyer. And may I have a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I will second. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Furness. So we're going to the next one, E3.
Madam Speaker.
Oh, it's my apology.
When you ask the ruling party, don't forget to ask any comment in the other side so that you can go chronological.
I did ask, but you are welcome. Do you want to say something, Councillor Buddha? You are welcome. You can go. So we excuse Councillor Buddha. He didn't feel well. So E303 11/2023 new cemetery for Great Brock River. May I have a proposal on this item, please?
As the ward councillor of Ward 14, I propose as Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Donovan Claassen. May I have a seconder on this item, please?
Yes, indeed, Madam Speaker. I would gladly like to support the proposal of my fellow councillor. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Baymon. Thank you, Councillor Gous, you can proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'd like to also note that this was an extremely well-compiled report. As I was working through it, I was making notes of questions, and as I read further down the report, I was able to reply to my own questions because it was such a comprehensive report.
Yes.
What I would, however, like to ask regarding this is, I know it's probably very difficult to estimate, but do we have an estimated lifespan of the cemetery if we go ahead with this proposal? And then the other thing I wanted to ask is it perhaps viable for the Mossel Bay Municipality to have a drive towards encouraging people, if they don't have religious objections, to cremation?
Thank you, Councillor Gous. Imim, will you please?
Speaker, I'll ask our Director Community Services to comment on this one. The first one was the issue of, Speaker, through you, was the issue of, can we have an estimate of a lifespan once the cemetery is established? Can we have an estimate? Maybe we can compare it with the old one. If we don't have the information, we can always share it after the meeting, but perhaps we must give a director an opportunity.
Thank you, MM. Just with regards to the lifespan through you, Speaker, currently we are varying between 8 and 10 people in Great Brack, or we could, but it can always per month. So it can always go up or down depending on lots of things. If you look at the properties that we have identified, each one has an estimate number of grave sites that is possible to be developed there. So if you divide it into that, you can see the smaller one is not so many years, and then the larger portions is 30, 40 years. So it will depend on that.
Thank
you. Speaking at the issue of a cremation and perhaps having a drive, that is not something that we venture to in the past, and I don't think we will soon venture into it. It does have a cultural and a specific cultural and a religious implication, so it's not necessarily something we're going to venture to, but the comment is noted. Thank you.
Thank you, Imim. So thank you also, Director Elise Nell. You may proceed.
I just want to add towards the cremation. Currently, to our knowledge, there are only 3 or 4 crematoriums in the Western Cape that is still in use. A lot has closed down due to various reasons, from non-compliance to health, or not being used as much as it. So no, for us not.
Are you satisfied, Councillor? Anyone else from our councillors? Then we go on. E304 11/2023 application to host a netball tournament. 3Cube Management PTA Ltd. Santos Beach, 14th of December till the 16th of December 2023. It's really a brilliant item. May I have a proposal on this item, please?
Madam Speaker, as the Ward Councillor, I propose this item.
Thank you, Councillor Kutsia. May I have a seconder?
Indeed, to have, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Boere. Thank you, Councillor Gous. You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'd like to just, on behalf of the ACDP, to Council, mention that these are the kind of events that the ACDP welcomes in our town. They are constructive events. They are, the aim is not for these youngsters to come and party, possibly get so horribly drunk and raped and so on, like some of the events that are hosted in this town. So this event is welcomed. What I would like to say is I might have missed it in previous items when we have hosted, when we've put out compliance issues for, like, for example, Matric By or the Jazz Festival, etc. The electrical compliance certificate. This is the first time I've noticed it as part of a issue that needs to be complied with. I might have missed it with other items, I'm not sure, but if I haven't, and this is the first time we've asked for that, why is that so? And why have we not requested it of other event hosts?
Emim, if you can present.
Speaker, yes, of course, I think arguing if it's through you, Speaker, if it's important or not, I think it speaks for itself that it should be, it is actually critical because many things can happen with electrical connections. However, referring to previous events, I'm not certain. I think one must go back and look at maybe reasons why it wasn't included, or maybe in some it was actually included, but I don't have the information here. But we believe that it is necessary in this instance.
Thank you, Emim. So you're satisfied also now?
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, I am. And our acting MM has exactly encapsulated what I wanted to say, is that if it is deemed important, which I agree that it is, fire risk, etc., why has it not been included in other event requests? Thank you. And perhaps that we should make sure that we do that in the future.
Thank you, we noted. So we go on, no one else. E305/11/2023, proposed policy regarding rewards payable for information, corruption, fraud, damage, and theft of municipal infrastructure. May I have a proposal on this one, please?
Speaker, you do have a proposer, and at the same time, I'd like to welcome this policy. I think it's important also that we educate our communities that when vandalism takes place in their areas, it is money directly out of their pockets. And people need to understand that the money to replace damaged infrastructure, whether it's through vandalism or neglect, they are directly paying for it through their service costs. And I would love to see this municipality. I've done my own small little part on the ACDP Facebook page, trying to encourage residents to report vandalism and theft. But if the municipality, with their great resources, could also make an attempt to educate our community and say to them that this money is coming out of your pocket, it would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Councillor Gous. I also want to second it.
You have a seconder, Councillor van Dijk.
Thank you, Councillor Leon van Dijk. Yes, Councillor Nkontu, you may sit.
Thanks, Councillor. Madam Speaker. Madam, I was humbled to say Council of Power Town. Madam Speaker, I also glad to have this policy. The reason why in my area, the Asla Park, there was a cut of the cables, the electric cables. But I don't see they are doing now after we call the men's meetings. So I think they are scared. But I will call those men again until there is something so that they can report it.
Thank you, we noted it. Thank you. Councillor De Boula from the ANC. No, I think we must ask Councillor Gous first. My apology.
Thank you, Speaker. Just quickly to add, I'd like to, I forgot to mention this just now, that we please protect, we ensure that we protect the persons that do report, because people are afraid, and that we should make sure that their anonymity is protected when they do report.
Thank you, Councillor Gous. Noted. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to welcome this item in policy, because many times the people who is cutting for the cables, especially in Fulani Street, even right now, the people was cutting the cable there. So if this policy is coming, I make sure that it save our community.
Thank you. Positive note. So we can, any other comment?
Yes.
Executive Meyer.
Speaker, from my side, just councillors might not be aware of the process that's been followed, but I want to thank legal services. This was after months the second time that we brought this to the one of the micro direction meetings. Initially, finances indicated that it might be problematic to follow this route, to have this policy. We've asked, and I want to thank Billy who did research, contacted other municipalities, benchmarked, and then eventually legal services also came in, applied their mind and see how we could make this work. So I also agree with all the colleagues, and I really want to thank the administration for buying into this vision. It's important that we have some kind of incentive to curb these crazy spending. We spend millions of rands on illegal people just dumping their stuff in town. So hopefully we can get the community behind us, that they can obviously with this incentive indicate who's the culprits, that we can catch them and prosecute them. So I also just want to thank the administration for buying into the vision, and I'm glad to hear that all the colleagues also agree with what's been envisioned with the objective of this bylaw. Thank you. Or
Thank you.
policy. Thank you.
Thank you for Executive Mayor. Then we go on to E306 11/2023 Joint Operation Center NPC Management Statements for the period ending 30 September 2023. May I have a proposal on this item, please?
Madam Speaker, I propose.
Thank you, Councillor Nikki Leroux. May I have a seconder on this item?
Madam Speaker, I'll second.
Thank you, Councillor Mark Furness. Is there any comments, Councillor Gous?
Yes, Speaker, I have a few questions. The first question is the 3 million noted in donations. If we could maybe just have more information about the primary donors. And then regarding rental, I see rental income from only one organization. And I don't know why, but I was under the impression that there are several organizations that are currently making use of the JOC. And are they paying, why are they then not paying, if they are, why they are not paying rental income? And then I also just want to ascertain our law enforcement officers, the Mossel Bay Municipality law enforcement officers. Their salaries, is that paid by the Mossel Bay Municipality and not by JOC? And then I'll have a follow-up question. Thank you, Speaker.
Emim, could you please see? No, I think there might. Yes,
Thank you.
Clyde?
Speaker, no, I'll start with the last one. The law enforcement officers is of course paid by Mossel Bay Municipality. Regarding the JOC, the JOC manager isn't present in this meeting. I'm not sure if the acting director will be able to respond. Otherwise, we can always, furnish you with the answers after the meeting. That's from the administration, so I'm present in this meeting.
Thank you, Emim. Is there any other comments?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Councillor. You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Into ke exakayo unombuzo ndingakwazi ukuphendula kwii-councillors ze-ANC. Utheni ijoka ngoku izayisiwa ku-NPC management? Sithandile kayiphendula phaa kayithetha phaa umeya esithi sikwazile ukuyenza ijoka kule 2 years sisebenza. But ngoku umbuzo uthi kutheni izayisiwa ku-NPC management? Ekubeni ijoka yayixeliwe apha ngaphambili 2022, kunyaka 2022. Uba i-province inantsika i-K9 iyakwazi izawuxhaswa for 3 years until 2025. Ingxaki ngabe yintoni ebangela uba izade isiwe ku-NPS management? Enkosi.
Thank you. Could you please? MMC, thank you.
Speaker, if you'll indulge me, I'll try and assist with some of the answers. And I think it's straightforward. There is only one institution that currently pays rent, and that is the Rhino Action Group, and has always been. All the other organizations are either provincial organizations or state organizations. I cannot, and we cannot expect the police or correctional services or the liquor board or the police ombudsman or any of those to pay rent. So it is only one organization paying rent. And that has always been, and has been declared that way in most of the committee meetings. It has been said. Why it is an NPC, that has been decided by council. There seems to be some discontent or some issue, because you also mentioned, Councillor, through you, Speaker, the K9. And the K9's got nothing to do with the JOC. So I don't understand that question. You mentioned K9 in the same sentence. K9 is a separate entity. There's a district grant that was granted by the province for a district K9 unit to be established in Mossel Bay. That's a fact. I'm not sure what the question relates to with regards to operators. Operators that work in the CCTV room are paid by the JOC. But it also, in effect, there is an office for traffic officers and law enforcement officers, which is run by their own department. There's a policeman that runs his own department within the JOC. And there's a fire department personnel member that runs his department within the JOC. And they're paid by those institutions. So nothing has changed. So those, if I can help with those answers, I don't know if there are any other questions that I can possibly assist with. But the NPC was approved by this council, and the board of directors was approved by this council. And I cannot understand that this question continuously comes up. It is in a council meeting. It was contained there. The board members are known. I do not understand why the issue constantly comes up in a council meeting. It has been called for in a council meeting and decided upon.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the Executive Mayor.
Speaker, thank you. Thank you very much. I think we should also acknowledge that obviously it's to the benefit of our community that we've got various role players in our JOC. So I think we will bend over backwards to have the South African Police Services there. So I can understand why we're not charging them. We don't want to scare them away. I think we might be, I think, the only one of the only B municipalities in the country where the South African Police Services are present 24/7 in a municipal facility. And I think that's due to good relationships. But I do understand that there's continued concern in terms of the spending. I'm also concerned, and I had a meeting last night with some military veterans. I also mentioned at various times. I think we should just remind ourselves, why are we spending money into an unfunded mandate, which is safety? First of all, on a national level, we see that there's a massive decline in terms of the budget of the South African Police Services. So we acknowledge that they are not bad people and it's not intentional. There's budget cuts. With that, in each and every, for a couple of years already, it was not only last year, for many years, the residents of this town in IDP meetings told us that their number one concern, not only in our town, it's also in other towns and also on a provincial level, they experience the same. Statistics show it, that the number one concern, but obviously that statistics have been reinforced by our own IDP meetings, where communities told us year after year that the number one concern is obviously safety. And I think that's why we are trying to assist and see how we can support our community. It's not our mandate. We don't have the functions of the police services. We are not liable for the safety of the person, and so forth. So we're spending a lot of money. And as I've mentioned in previous council meetings, we are not done yet. A lot of the stuff that we are spending towards are not functional optimally yet. Why? Because it takes time. It's expensive. I've just mentioned this morning what only the personnel carriers cost. Then our personnel. We didn't have personnel. Is our personnel correctly equipped? Not yet. And so we can continue. We've rolled out 300 cameras. Can all those cameras work optimally? The answer is no. Why? Because we didn't have a communication infrastructure. Only the high mast that we're still waiting for is going to cost us 800,000 rand. So colleagues, it's expensive. We're still going to spend a lot of money. And we need to say to each other, are we going to listen to our residents who told us over and over again that they're concerned about safety? Or are we just going to continue and say, no, it's not our mandate? It's easy to say it's not our mandate because it isn't. Or are we showing leadership and are we listening to our residents and are we spending towards that? And yes, the community or some community members might be frustrated because we don't showcase the 7,000 and odd man-drag tablets that's been confiscated. We do not showcase the numerous firearms that's been confiscated with the South African Police Services over the weekend. Various drug busts that have been done over the past weeks. Because we're not there yet. We're going to get there, and it's unfortunately going to cost us more money because we're only halfway into this. We need a proper system. I've mentioned it many times when I'm in the community. We're at least 3 years behind to where we want to be, where we will have a system where we can make some difference. And colleagues, I can mention, I've been at the Minmay on Tuesday. I've also mentioned the Miro. In the whole Western Cape, in each and every town, crime is on the rise. Statistics South Africa was there, so it's not Dirk just telling you stuff. It's statistically been mentioned by Statistics as SA. So we are concerned. I think we as council should be concerned as the rest of our residents. And that's why I'm asking for your indulgence. We're spending a lot of money. It is a huge frustration. We're incurring costs that we're not supposed to. But that's what our residents asked us to do. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Executive Mayor de Kortse. Councillor Gous, do you want to?
Yes, thank you,
comment
Speaker.
on it?
Speaker, several matters that I'd like to just raise and note. Firstly, regarding the matter of the profit. Thank you for the portfolio chair for his replies. I think what I'd like to know is if we have, and you know what, Speaker, if I can just say, I recognize that this has become a very sensitive issue. It shouldn't be, because we are all, like I've said before, we're all working towards the same goal in Mossel Bay. Every single councillor here is here representing our community because we care about our community. So when I raise this question, I don't raise it to dump on anybody. I do it because of concern for our community. For example, I have heard at meetings from a reliable source that some of our cameras are no good when it comes to court. The prosecutor throws out a case because our cameras have not got sufficient quality for them to be able to use their camera to prosecute. That is a concern. We're spending money on cameras, but the cameras, maybe not all of them, maybe some of them are not fit for purpose. What's being done about that? If we're sitting here, for example, where we've got a 2 million rand profiting job, why are we not making more effort then to replace strategic cameras with ones that can actually be used when we go to court? So that it's lovely to say we've got so many hundreds of cameras, but are they effective? Are they doing what we need them to do? It's great to have the cameras as a preventative measure. But once a crime has already occurred and that footage is needed in the court system, is it usable? Can we use it? Then the other thing I just want to, through you, Speaker, to our mayor. Mayor, you're correct. Crime has escalated in South Africa. You just have to read the newspapers to see that we're living basically in gangsters' paradise. And I'm saying that because I'm quoting media that have, with the statistics they've given us, we are, besides a criminal state, and I say that without apology, that is stealing from the people of South Africa. We also sit with criminals that are not being prosecuted because all our state institutions have fallen flat. The situation that we now have also, crime is compounded by the fact that there's no work. people have no work. And then when this municipality has an opportunity to present them with an easier opportunity to get some income, we come in with a policy that strangles them and their ability to get income. We look at the drivers of crime. Alcohol use, for example, domestic abuse. I know that one of the drivers is alcohol, and yet we continue to offer liquor licenses and liquor licenses in areas that are already struggling, that has been identified in documentation.
Please, Councillor Gous, you must conclude. Thank you. So, okay, point of order, and I want to ask the Executive Mayor. Fine. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, just a point of order on relevance. Understand this is an emotional topic and it's an important topic as well. But what is in front of us is not a broader conversation about criminality in the country. What is in front of us is the management statements of the JOC. So if we can, as a council, just move on, we have still a lot of items to cover on the agenda, and if we can return to relevance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I just want this is we're going to conclude, but we give you also, and the mayor, it's also in there.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Gous, just conclude.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker, through you to the whip. This is very relevant when we're discussing safety and the need for JOC. So I would like to just conclude my thoughts. And the thought is that when we look at crime, we need to look at all the contributing factors, not just pumping money into an organization to try and contain the crime that's already there, but we need to look at the drivers of crime so that we ultimately, hopefully, have to spend less money on the JOC Centre, for example.
Thank you, Councillor Gous.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the Executive Mayor, De Course, just first, please.
Speaker, thank you. Yeah, I just want to first, Councillor Gous mentioned how she think we should fight crime. It's good that we apply our mind, and I'm very proud of our chairperson, who's been an ex-policeman, who's been an ex-station commander, who are liaising with various security sector role players continuously. Last night, as I've mentioned, I once again met. We've got various role players in all over town in the safety sector who consults with us. Last night, the one person indicated that they're going to meet with, we already got a meeting with Councillor Leon, with a JOC, in terms of how they can work with us and so forth. So that we do continuously. But I do think that we've got competent staff, and we even got a competent councillor as portfolio chairperson who knows his stuff. So I'm proud of that. But I just want to, whenever people tell you stuff, I think speak to the chairperson of the portfolio in terms of compliance of cameras in this very council. That's one of the reasons why we years behind. We took months to make sure that we've got a proper policy in place for the rollout of cameras, which many institutions in this town and various other municipalities do not do. We've got a policy in place in terms of the compliance of the camera, in terms of how it should be done, everything approved by this council while you were still a councillor. And I can maybe just remind you, you don't work with it all the time, and I also do forget some of the decisions we take over the years. So I'm not criticizing, but we did apply our mind. I think some of the cameras that people might be referring to might be some of the cameras that's been rolled out by community watchers prior to our whole project. And obviously we want everybody, and that's why we started with a policy, why we've got the norm that whenever anybody rolls out any capital project or infrastructure, that it's to the benefit not only to that organization, but to the bigger community. And that's why we allow them then to feed that into the JOC, but we need them to be compliant. And that's exactly why we've got that. A lot of time's been spent on drafting those policies to ensure exactly that we don't sit with the situation that you've mentioned now. So I think maybe that's what Councillor Leon also wanted to say, but I think you can be rest assured, and please do take some of the concerns up with him.
In terms of the, thank you, Executive Mayor. In terms of the point of order of the whip, I think we can conclude this item. Thank you. We're going to move.
Yes, may I go, enkosi, Madam Speaker.
Yes, fine.
Madam Speaker,
Councillor
I
Bullock.
understand ubana sileqele ajele masikhala siyibhebe but ke ngona as sisazi lobana sine code of conduct esikhokhelayo so any council inemizuzu yayo funeka ithethe kuyo 5 minutes yayo so singase singayileqi kakhulu nxa kukho into exoxisayo kakhulu ngakumbi edibisene ne-community so ndiyayicela isisicelo sami sokuqala Madam Speaker singayileqi le ntlanganiso. Madam Speaker kunele issue ye-cameras i-cameras sizinida all over but xa ujonga i-cameras kwezi ndawo zine-danger zone azikho. Kwenzela umzekelo Madam Speaker ngoNonqaba from the Astle to down to Jocks now zininzi iimedo ezenzekileyo phayana and then akukho nto ibonayo. It's only one camera ekhoyo kwaNonqaba in Ward 1 ngeMayikhale Road la camera past the police station. I'm not sure noba iyasebenza noba ayisebenzi na. So if i-joke center ingasinceda kwezi community zethu izifake ezi camera so that kuncedisana nale crime kuthiwa i-joke center incedisana nayo so that nxa zikhona eza camera ndiyacinga into yobana kwezi ndawo kuzawuba lula ukusebenza
Take a
singamapolisa.
little bit slow.
Ngoba Madam Speaker ndireyise le nto kudala sikhala ngayo then kuthiwa masenzeni i-neighborhood watch. I-community xa usithi makwenze i-neighborhood watch ijonge into yobana izawupeya kanti iyavolontiya kungabikho mntu ofuna uthatha inxaxheba kuloo nto. Isichane sibe sinee-resources ezikhoyo ze-joke center ebenokuncedisana ne-community. Siyayicela ke into ekhamera masihambe all over kwiiwadi zonke in the greater Mossel Bay ingabi neendawo ezithile.
Thank you, Councillor Duvula. I'm going to ask Councillor van Dijk, and then we're really going to, then only you, and then we conclude it. Thank you.
Speaker, with your indulgence, I'm going to try and assist on a few subjects. The first one is a question that Councillor Gous asked, which I think has gone unnoticed under the radar or which has disappeared. The one is about the profit. It is about money that was received and immediately placed into an account to make sure that we earn some interest. That's where the profit comes from. And some were donations with regards to which you see is donations given with the launch of the Joint Operations Center for the specific function. So those are the profits. There aren't any other profits because it's run as a non-profit company. With regards to cameras, I don't know who your source is through you, Speaker, but I would urge you to, when you hear statements like that, to please bring them or refer them to the JOC. If this is the detective commander, you are welcome to send it to me. We've had a discussion in this week. The other issue that we have, Madam Speaker, is that we do not have the will or through the Justice Department to acknowledge and accept specific evidence. The same with the K9s. And it's unfortunate that people in this society are fighting against the police and fighting against the efforts of the municipality, trying not to make them effective. And that is the issue, Madam Speaker. So we can bring all the efforts as we wish. If we do not have the support, and there are 3 individuals specifically running around with false stories about the accreditation of the dogs, about the use of the APCs, with regards to the use of the JOC and the operation of the JOC. Once we seize this, it might go better with us as a council, that I have the cooperation of every councillor sitting around this table. The reports are submitted, Madam Speaker, monthly in terms of the efforts made by the JOC, monthly made by the South African Police Service, monthly made by the Rhino Action Group and their successors. Are we not seeing these successes? We cannot communicate all the successes. There are reasons for us not doing so. To answer through you, Madam Speaker, the councillor with regards to the cameras coming to all areas, we are working on it and we have been working on it. It's cost us R500,000 to establish a backbone to create the links to the cameras. I just cannot hang cameras and have them functioning. They work with data, and they work with electricity, and they work with line of sight. If it's not possible, I have to create those structures first. And I have been creating. The JOC has been assisting. There are 74 projects that is waiting to roll. But I need to fix specific infrastructure first, Madam Speaker. I know that Councillor Porter has referred to the successes on the docks with the previous council meeting. Yes, we do have successes. And it's great to see these successes. But even our successes are being criticized by people that want to run down the K9 unit or want to run down the specific JOC. This is what is happening. Instead of all of us sitting in this council chamber rallying behind the issue of support for safety, then I can do my job more efficiently. So, yes, some of the cameras are old. Most of the cameras were introduced by the neighborhood watchers, not by this council, by neighborhood watchers. I cannot take away what they've erected and what they've instituted. We are using their backbone to build our backbone. And it relates to Extension 13, and it relates to Crotch Street, and it relates to Kwanangaba, and it relates to all the others, Freemasheim, Herbertsdale, all of them.
Councillor,
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Leon van Dijk. There's only one, Tsitsini. Councillor, you are now the last one, and we conclude this item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, to give me this chance. And then, as I started before, now, after all this explanation, we ask for a caucus for 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Yes.
Right, we're going to give the ANC caucus 5 minutes.
Yes,
Just
that-
5 minutes. We are a little bit, we still have a long agenda, please. Burgemeester is and we're going to ask you to just give your comments, and after your comments, we conclude this item.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We came back on our caucus. All those explanations have done here. We have heard it. Now, ANC feel that this joker is not working for ANC. And then the ANC is against with this item. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
It's not
Any
working
counter-
for our community. When I'm saying it's not working for us,
Not
it's
working for your
our
community.
community. This joker is working for other places.
Just noted. We noted.
Yes, it's
Thank
against
you.
with it.
Thank you. So we go on to E307, 11/2023, Disaster Management Plan 2023. May I have a proposal and on this item, please?
Yes, Madam Speaker, you do. Councillor Leon van Dijk.
Thank you, Councillor van Dijk. Seconder.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A second item.
Thank you, Councillor Delamain. Any comments? Can we go on? Fine. There's comment. Yes, Councillor Nkonto.
Yes, I do have a comment, Madam Speaker. I've noticed this.
Madam Speaker, thank you.
Councillor Dubula.
Yes, yes, I want to say something, Madam Speaker, please. You need to defend this council, Madam Speaker, because now another councillor is here, you speak, but another councillor speak. So please, Madam Speaker, you must defend us.
Good. Can you please come in, please?
Madam Speaker, yes. No, I also heard Madam Speaker. If I can just remind all councillors to please be quiet while another councillor is speaking. Please, colleagues, let's all be disciplined and listen to the person who's speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, thank you so much. Councillor Dubula, I think Councillor Nkonto.
Thanks for Councillor Dubula and the chief whip of the council to protect me. Comrade, councillors, out of order.
Out of order.
Madam Speaker, I want to say there's issue, the disaster, this police. We have issues in our areas. For example, I will say after these rains, there were floods, especially in between the informal settlements. And people, when they used to use those roads, or that to wide the valley to cross on that, and as the crossing is no longer the bridge that they normally have, and they are struggling. Some of them, they are using that road to go to school. And if you are not calling as a disaster, I don't know what to call. But I want to say on this one, this item, when we have these policies of disaster, we must also find a way of catering the areas that were disadvantaged, because mostly the disaster is always talk about the other areas. Thanks.
Thank you. Noted, Councillor Nkonto. We're going on to the next item. E308, 11/2023, application for consent to establish community shared prosperity vegetable garden project, 12,500 square meter on a portion of Earth 2001, Mossel Bay, Pinnacle Point, Homeowners Association. May I have a proposal for this item?
Yes, you have, Madam Speaker. I proposed it.
Thank you, Councillor Boyson.
Madam Speaker, as the ward councillor, I second. Thank you.
Thank you, also Councillor Nikki Leroux. So any comment? Yes, Councillor Gous.
Thank you, Speaker. The ACDP welcomes such initiatives through which people are empowered to care for themselves and not have to be made dependent on the state for welfare. And then I'd also like to just note that the benefits, besides food and income, those are exceeded by the giving of dignity to somebody else in being able to care for themselves and their families. And it provides them with self-respect also. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Gous. So can we go, Councillor Kontu?
I believe this item still go to public participation. Then we'll wait up until when he's coming. But I must say that before, I think we must have the other way of listening, because they are what they call panel point, home don't do. Yeah, they must come and present sometimes in this council. These things of always there are officials that are protecting the people that are initiating something. We must also listen to them as a council.
Thank you, Councillor Kontu. We noted. Then we go on to E309, 11/2023, extension of leased agreements, business parks. May I have a proposal on this item, please?
Thank you, Speaker. I would.
We just wait for the councillor who is excusing himself to leave, please.
Yeah, my apology, Councillor Babuma, just leave the council here. You can just.
The councillor has left the chamber.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I would like to propose item E309 of November 2023 for acceptance.
Do I have seconded on this item, please?
Madam Speaker, I would second this item.
Thank you, Councillor Ludwig Kutsia. Any comments? Yes, Councillor Gous.
Thank you, Speaker. I just note there is a good reason for the extension of the lease, besides the fact that we originally said we wouldn't extend leases longer than that, and that's because of the business incubator program. I would just like clarity on why the councillor has left, because what interest could the councillor have in the extension of leases of business park properties?
Councillor, thank you. Councillor Alwip. Can you just explain to the Councillor Gous, please?
Madam Speaker, the councillor informed us this morning in council that he would rather not be in there for the item for safety's sake. As to the particular details, I do not know. We can ask from him, ascertain from him afterwards. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. So you satisfied, Councillor Gous? So we can go on, conclude.
Speaker, no, sorry. When we say safety sake, I'm sorry, can I don't understand what that means.
Madam Speaker, out of an overabundance of caution, I presume we can ask the councillor afterwards. I do not know the particulars myself.
That's fine.
Thank
We're going to note it as. Okay. And then we go to E. We're going on to the item E310. 11/2023, Mossel Municipality Scorra House project. May I have a proposal and a seconder on this item, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Item E310 of November 23 as a reference. Speaker, before I propose this item, I would just like to make an amendment. And that is on page 1864 under discussion and motivation. And the first sentence, which reads, the Scorra Lazy project started in Great Black River as an initiative by the Business Forum and Ratepayers Association. I would like that to read as such, Speaker. The Scorra Lazy project started in Great Black River as an initiative by the Ward Councillor, Councillor Annie Jansen van Rensburg, assisted by the Business Forum and Ratepayers Association. I propose the item then, Speaker.
Committee. I have a seconder on this item, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will second the item.
Thank you, Councillor Meyer. Councillor Gous, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, prior to the amendment of our Alderman Deputy Mayor, the ACDP was going to mention, just for correctness sake, Firstly, let me just first say that we welcome the project being extended into the different areas. There's certainly a need. And we also welcome the proactive approach that's been taken with the local job opportunities, training programs, learnership and skills development being linked to the growth for jobs. We welcome that. I'd like to just mention we have seen in the media that the Scarrel Hasey was promoted as being creating jobs, where they are not creating jobs, they are facilitating jobs. Those people were getting day wages anyway. It's now just being facilitated and controlled. But, you know, I can't recall who said it, but they said there's no end to what you can accomplish if you don't care who gets the credit. So if this was just my initiative, I wouldn't be saying anything, but I would like to take this opportunity to thank the ACDP chairperson in Ward 5, Ms. Elishiva Milan, whose initiative it was through the business chamber to start this Scarrel Hasey. This is not in no attempt to deny the work that our councillor Janse van Rensburg has done in pushing forward with it. But I would like to just mention in this council chamber that it was an initiative of the ACDP via the business chamber. Thank you.
Whip, do you want to, Whip, do you want to, Whip? Light?
Yes.
Light? Nkontu? Councillor
Oh.
Nkontu?
Dangi, Madam Speaker. On this item, I hear is coming as if it's very beautiful. But the reality is that the motive in behind, I believe is having the other motive rather than that we have here. I've noticed most of the areas, especially in Tanapai, when people they are moving around there, there will be security that's searching them, doing all those things, and asking the IDs. Now, when you come with this one, what comes in my mind? You want to control the free movement of the people to go and seek the job from themselves. You want to have what they call Scarrel is there. These people, they must go firstly go register there. They must not go to other areas. I believe so. I don't know. But for the side of us, I don't know whether I can say we are against or we, because sometimes it's having a side of saying that they will create a job, all those things. But I don't believe that.
Thank you, we noted. Whip, could you please?
No, thank you, Madam Speaker. We welcome this project and its rollout after its successful initiation. I think it should also be noted that this officially started life as a ward committee project. Not to take away from anyone who wants to claim their inputs was what ultimately led thereto. Let's share the successes and move forward positively, Madam Speaker. And then as to this project being a place to contain people, or I don't know what the previous speaker was alluding to, Madam Speaker, my understanding is this is a voluntary project and that participation is voluntary and it's therefore a positive impact on our communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Whip. We're going to.
Madam Speaker, I'm concur with my fellow councillor here next to me. This system was done in apartheid system. When they do this thing, when you go to the you will be asked, what do you want to go and stop there? When we are looking the job in Danabai, they tell you go and stay there, stop there by a robot. Don't go up there. You will be taken down there because they don't want you to go inside on that particular places. This system is going back to apartheid. If we can agree with this, we will see it. Thank you.
Councillor Porter, are we going to conclude after you speak? Thank you.
I see the light of two councillors.
Yes, after.
Can I
No, you first and then Councillor Nikki. My apologies.
Right. Look, Speaker and Council, I think, Prince Billy, when I saw this item, I also had that slight feeling that there is an element of control involved. Ek hoop ek het reg gehoor nou nie, but I'll leave it at that. So I also, when I read it, I also sense this element of control. Now that we hear that it is a system, there's one thing that I think we miss here. It's bringing a system into a community requires public participation. It requires public participation. Employment is part of the backbone of our community. And if that is how it should be regulated, then mine is to say, let us do it in a proper way. Instead of a person coming up with an idea, steamroll it with a councillor and having said and done. Because you're going to have people feeling that now we now have to go and report somewhere if we want to achieve this thing. And besides the howling that took place when the previous councillor expresses himself, let us respect one another's view. Let us respect it. We're dealing with people, with human beings, and it is open for interpretation unless there is a clear understanding as to what exactly is it that is required and why we are doing such a thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. I'm going to ask Councillor Nikki and then Councillor Gous, and then I'll conclude with Councillor Nikki. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'd like to just from the ACDP side express our support for this item, conditional to the fact that it is absolutely a voluntary exercise if people want to register the Skarrelhuisie or not. It's not obligatory, and that in no way people's freedom of movement, their constitutional right to freedom of movement, will be compromised. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gous. We conclude here. Councillor Nikki Leroux, you can.
Speaker, thank you for granting me the opportunity. I want to first and foremost object in the strongest possible terms to the apartheid notion that is being labelled to specifically Donnaby's entrance, and the notion that people are refused freedom of entry and freedom of movement in Donnaby. It is entirely not true. What is happening in Donnaby is that people, contractors and employers use the entrance of Donnaby to collect people who work, and they drop them off there. We do not have a Skarrelhuisie in Donnaby, but if you read the motion, we would actually like to have a Skarrelhuisie because we believe that it is a means to get people to gainfully be employed. And from the successes of the Skarrelhuisie in Great Brock River, where people have knocked on the door of the Skarrelhuisie and has been put into permanent employ in due time, obviously we would like to see more people being employed in that instance. But please refrain from referring to something in apartheid style when you actually do not know what you're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nikki Leroux. I'm going to just ask, this is only the executive mayor, and then no further anything, then we can conclude. We are going on then with the items. Thank you.
Speaker, no, thank you from my side. I also want to thank everybody involved. Doesn't matter who it is. I know that you and your team and various other members, I cannot mention everybody and I don't know everybody, but as I've mentioned earlier this morning, a lot of our successes in town are due to people who's willing to spend their personal time and money towards creating a better town. So we are thankful for each and every person, and we know with your project, with the Skarrelhuis project, a lot of community members also partaking. And just to give some feedback or background as well, I was the first one to mention that I don't think this is going to work, and I was worried about exactly what's been mentioned here. And we've actually met with some of the community members of Greenhaven and Grootbrak and the less fortunate areas and the businesses and so forth. And then we said, let's have a pilot project. And then after that, what transpired is what we've got now. The end result with 10,500 people that's been facilitated through that little space that we've got there. So yeah, I don't think there's any intention. I don't even think we need to put in riders like Councillor Gous mentioned, because that's not the intention. The intention is to have a place where people already go, where they want a job, that we just help facilitate, that we help formalize, that we have a database, and that's whenever you're looking for a job or whenever you're looking for somebody that can assist you with work, that there's a central place where you can go and where you can meet that person. So we're just facilitating, and I want to congratulate everybody who thought that this is going to work, when I've, as one with the initial meetings, thought this is not going to work ever. So it just shows you, with the determination of the private sector, people really willing to assist, things can change. So I want to urge colleagues, please don't see this as a negative. We are lacking in terms of jobs for people, and this is just a small contribution. So I'm really seeing this as a very positive, although I was the first one who thought it's not going to work. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. I'm going to give Councillor Porter, I know say this is a lot, but you are really the last. Then I concluded. Thank you. I give you a chance.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, on the point of departure of the mayor, I think we were on the same page. He had the same thoughts when he read this thing, or was confronted with it. Same happened with me. So it's normal to think that way. Now, I don't want us to have these emotions when somebody is expressing his view. Apartheid has been there, but let us refrain from getting people having an apartheid feeling. It should be normal when people express themselves from not being taken back to where they're coming from. Unless you have an intention to feel emotional and guilty about such a thing. That's one. Two, and I'm not saying this is the case. Perhaps just to caution. I want to cite a scenario. The scenario that I want to cite with is this thing of don't feed or don't give something, food or money to beggars. I hate that thing. Much as you bring in a rule in the CIDB or wherever in the CDB or wherever that comforts yourselves in that area, it doesn't work for me, because I've got the love of Jesus Christ in me, and a person that is in need and needs something, if I do have, I want to share with that person. It is very difficult with animals. When you drive the mountain and you've got a board to say, don't feed the baboons. Here we're talking about human beings. I don't want equally so a situation where Councillor Nikki and her community feel that there's too much of black people mingling there on the road. No. Don't. What I'm saying is in context.
Point of order, Council.
You must interpret. You see, when you hear something, you blow gasket.
No.
Listen to what I'm saying first.
That's the point of order.
Oh, sorry.
Madam Speaker, a councillor cannot presume what another is thinking and put words in their mouth that they're not saying. Madam Speaker, we are also now drifting off once again, from the actual topic that is in front of council. Can we please stick to the specific agenda and also be considerate of what we infer other councillors might or might not be saying, and let's just rely on what they are actually saying. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Can we, do you want to say something now, possible? We're going to conclude.
I want to conclude.
Yeah.
Speaker.
But very short.
Speaker, I think what I wanted to say, I will not be allowed to say. This rap will never be disappear on its own unless you have it in your heart as a human being, no matter where you're coming from or who you are, to listen and accept that we're coming from dire situations. And when people are expressing their views, allow them to express their views. What you think of it and how you take it will determine whether we stay where we're coming from or where we're going to go forward. I can continue with what I'm trying to say, but I'm so rudely interrupted, only because some people don't want to accept the reality of South Africa and Mossel Bay in particular. If I need to speak around this thing, if I need to speak, I want to conclude. He can have his point of order. If I need to speak and express myself, I will express myself on Facebook, and you can charge me again for whatever reason.
No.
I don't have a right to speak here.
Yeah, thank you.
Madam Speaker, no, just a point of order. Once again, the councillor is inferring words into other councillors' mouths, which is not what they said. I rose on a point of order. I did not rise on the point of what the councillor is speaking to. I agree that everyone in society should work together to find a place, and the only way to do that is through dialogue. But Madam Speaker, we cannot put words in the mouth of other councillors. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Whip. We're going on, then we go conclude. We're going now on to Councillor Debula. I said this is conclude.
No, I want to remind the councillor for this Mossel Bay about the position of the ANC. It was not asked the position of the parties here for this item.
You're going to say that we...
So now, as the ANC, as my fellow council that side, I was speaking and I was explaining, is against for this item.
Abstain. Are you going to abstain the ANC, or that what you said, or against? Sorry?
It's a counter proposal.
Can we have a counter proposal, please? Can we vote about it?
You must vote who's in favor of the item.
Okay, we're going to favor and vote of this this item. Can we have who's in favor of this item? Please put up your hands. Check op naar mijn hand opzet. Nee. Ja. 20. So 20, it's for the item, and against. Can you please put up your hands? Against?
No, Speaker, this item, I believe, will still go to public. Yes, ne?
Can I ask if you are against this item?
No, but much. This poor it still go to public. I believe so.
Can you please?
Yes, it's not going back to the public for consultation. What it states there in, I believe it's recommendation 3, that further rollout of a Scarl Lacey project and placement of a windy structures be done in consultation with the affected ward councillor and ward committee members.
Thank you.
So if then is not going to the public, we would be love to this item firstly go to the public, because we are speaking with the lives of people there. We take decision on behalf of those people. Then if it's not, then we are against.
I'm going to ask the whip, please.
Madam Speaker, you've asked that this matter be put to a vote. Could the councillors please just vote as the Madam Speaker has requested? Thank you.
Thank you, Whip. I'm going to ask again. Which is I'm going to again to with the councillors who is for this item. Put up your hands. 4. No, 4. I count it again. And now we have 20. So who's against the item? Please put up your hands. 5. 5 and abstain. Is there anyone abstain? 1. Thank you so much. Then we are conclude this item. We're going to E311, 2023, amendment of Council Resolution E 1999 at 05/2022. Alienation of portions 2, 3, and 4 of 4504, suited at the corner of Mandela and Lily Blom Street, Sonskynvallei, Hartenbos, and it's 2,748 square meter, by means of the tender process. May I have a proposal on this item, and or can I have my proposal here?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the ward councillor, I will propose.
Thank you, Councillor Botha. And then can I have a seconder on this one?
Second, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Councillor Kannemeyer. Anyone with comments on this item? Yes, Councillor Nkontu.
I believe this item was in front of this councillor. Then we did have a position as the ANC. The position is still the same.
Noted, we noted. Thank you. Then we're going on to E312, 11/2023. Yeah, we're going to excuse Mr. Neil Prince by this item. Proposal, alienation. Can you see? Yeah.
E312.
Yeah, that's right. Alienation of a portion of 106116. It's 8,800 square meter, Hartenbos, suited at Stellenbosch Avenue, Mossel Bay, Hartenbos Primary School. May I have a proposal and a seconder, please?
Yes, as the ward councillor, Madam Speaker, you would have my proposal.
Thank you, Councillor van Dijk, and I have a seconder on this item.
The side, Madam Speaker, I second it.
Thank you, Councillor Boyson. Councillor Gous, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the ACDP has no objection to the alienation. I see the school is growing. I recently attended a meeting there, and it's a school of excellence. You can see that there's a spirit of excellence at the school. So what I'm about to say now must in no way reflect upon the school or my support for the item. I would just like to see consistent and fair treatment of all schools in Mossel Bay. This specifically brings to mind the request by Milkwood Primary School a few years ago to do exactly the same thing, purchase a piece of land which they wanted to place the pavilion on and for space for their children during break times. It's also a school that serves the greater part of the community. It's a mixed school. And yet they have no security, because while they cannot purchase that land, the school, our mayor has said, Mayor, I quote you, you said it's a very valuable piece of land and we don't want to alienate it. Hartenbos is also a very affluent area, also a very valuable piece of land, and yet we're alienating it to a school. I'd like to secure the future. We've got so many problems with schooling in our town. We don't have enough schools, and yet we're not willing to be able to secure the future of Milkwood Primary School by alienating that land to them. So I'm not against this item. I just want to raise the difference in the way the two schools have been treated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gous. Anyone else? Executive Mayor ter Kotse.
No, I do agree with Councillor Gous, but we must just keep in mind that the community also has got a say in it. And we know that any land at the point is quite emotional. We've seen that on various instances, also with the caravan parks lease and so forth. So on the one hand, yes, Hartenbos is affluent, but you're sitting with a piece of land where you cannot really utilize it for something else. Because it's between the tennis field and the rugby field, a narrow piece of land. I think you cannot really compare that with a large open space at the point. I definitely also think it's being used to the greater good of the children and the town at this stage, but we don't know what might happen in future. And like I've mentioned, there's also a public sentiment about all the land at the point, and we adhere to that.
Thank you, our Executive Mayor. Nkontu, Councillor Nkontu, you may proceed.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. We are also sharing the same statements as Councillor Hoss is saying. We also have numbers of issues in regarding with schools and sports where we don't have land, and we must have land. So because our areas don't have the money to buy, so I'm sharing that thing. We need the fairness in the decisions that we are taking as a council or priorities. But the reality is that as an ANC, we know our stand. On this one, we'll just abstain.
Thank you, and noted. So we're going now to E3, item E314, 11/2023.
313.
Oh, my apologies. E313, 11/2023, application for departure of the bylaw relating to outdoor advertising and signature, Ministry of Jehovah's Witnesses. May I have a proposal on this one, please?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would like to propose item E313.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Can we have a seconder?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I will second.
Thank you. Also, Whip, Councillor Botha, Councillor Gous.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the ACDP does not support this item as it is. This community of Jehovah's Witnesses, I have sat with the mayor a few years ago with this community and their request to be able to evangelize in town. Personally, I'd like to state that the size of that little trolley of theirs is approximately my height. And I'm sorry to say, I am almost also as broad as that trolley. So it's not for a human being that's big, but for a trolley that's not that big. So to carry that, to pull that little trolley through town as they speak to people and evangelize, I don't think is an imposition on anybody. And then second of all, the fact that we say here that there are no approved areas on municipal property for such activity. I'm only singling out this instance because it's the only one that came to mind right now. But there's a political party that puts up a table in front of a business in Marsh Street, puts up a table at Point, and there's all across the town, there's a table that has the areas in Mossel Bay been approved for that activity. The point that I'm trying to make, Speaker, is that we can make exceptions if we so wish and if we so will. So this is a political decision to turn down the Jehovah's Witness. Constitutional right, I see this thing has gone to court, but to prevent them from acting constitutionally and according to their own conscience. So the ACDP would like to make a counter proposal that the Jehovah's Witnesses be allowed to witness in town. And even if they drag the trolley along with them, I mean, there's nothing in the legislation that can prevent them from doing that.
Thank you, Councillor Gous. Do you have a Secundo? You don't? Then it's fine. Noted. Thank you so much. No one else?
Madam Speaker?
Yes.
I just want to clarify that it's my political party, my information tables, and they are conducted on business premises, not on public premises. So just for clarity on that.
Thank you. Noted, Councillor Kutsia.
Yes, Speaker, if I may, just for clarity, is the sidewalk at the Point business premises? And the sidewalk in Marsh Street, is that business premises?
Can I just...
I'm not argumentative, I'm just asking.
Indeed, when you're standing on the stoop of the business, it's business. If you're standing on the pavement itself, then it's on the municipal land. But I've also attended these tables which were on the side of the business premise. So I understand why the administration also feel we should not set the precedent. And my suggestion will be same as political parties. Let's still do your work, but just be creative and work in such a way that you're not asking for a precedent to be created, which morph into something else, because now you need to apply that to each and every person. So I think that's why we're taking the stance. So we are also obviously frustrated that we cannot just stand on public land and have political tables and appearances and so forth, but we are also dealing with the legislation, working within it, and we are complying with it for the same reason, Councillor Gous, because then obviously we're also going to set the precedent. There was a discussion, let's allocate some spaces and so forth, brought in by one of our colleagues in our caucus, but as well, we had a discussion and we thought, how are you going to make that viable? And it's not going to suit everybody, so it's just difficult. So at this stage, work from private property.
Thank you, Executive Mayor Kutzer. So we can go then on. We're going now to item E314-11-2023, feedback on municipal planning projects, Louis Fourie Corridor, Mossel Extension, Motorsport Facility, alternative energy production site, new housing projects, Alvine offset implementation. May I have a proposal, please, on this item?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the majority of these items are in my ward, I propose. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Botha, on our whip. May I have a seconder on this item?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do second the proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Velman. Any questions? Comments? Yes, Councillor Mkontu.
No, we just note, especially the Louis Fourie corridor. And I believe this area is supposed to be started long ago. I don't know why it's taking time.
Thank you.
Because we have a lot of people that need houses, so that we can be out of those accusations of the Tanabai and people of Aslan. We have a number of people that open case in regarding with the number of issues that are happening in our people in Tanabai. I've listened what he's saying, what she's saying, but I have a lot of people that came to complain me. Open a case, I advise to go and open a case. The treatment that come from Tanabai. Louis Fourie will help us.
We noted. Thank you, Councillor Nkontu. We're going on to next item, E315-11-2023, identification of the 13 suitable urban in Wolverdans and Greenhaven to construct houses for Wolverdans landscape victims. May I have a proposal, please?
As the ward councillor speaker, I propose.
Thank you so much, Councillor Claassen. May I have a seconder on this item?
Would gladly like to second the proposal, Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Byman. And there's no questions. Councillor Gous, you may.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I would only like to ask, I noticed there's been a 2-year delay in just the amendment of the original agreement. What is the way going forward, and will it be fast-tracked? These people have been waiting for access to the land that they've made claim to since I came into council. So this is a very long-standing issue. And if we can just know what the way forward is, how soon will these people, once this agreement has now been concluded, how long can we expect before people are actually able to start building their homes?
Thank you. Imam, could you please proceed here for us to information?
Thank you, Speaker. Maybe it's turning out to be a very long meeting, and good so, because there's important items, but I think you've just jumped the item. Yeah, so if that question can maybe just, over there. Thank you. No, you are.
Supported.
Councillor Porter, you are welcome to proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I noticed that that the size of Evans is now smaller from the initial Evans that these residents have stayed on. Am I reading incorrectly? Yeah.
Can I just have a light for the please?
Speaker, no, what happened here, it's actually if you, after consultation and the council should note through you, Speaker, that there's been significant consultation on a regular basis with the 13 affected families. The sizes are in line with what they actually had. So it's bigger urban that we are subdividing so that we can have an available number of urban available. And after the subdivision, the sizes will either be the same or even larger than where they actually come from. The region before the landslip. So in terms of sizes, it's going to be the same or even larger.
Councillor Porter, point of view. Councillor Porter, your light is not on. There's another light. Yeah.
Thank you, Speaker. It says on number 3, it says that since the 13 sites allocated to the above council recommendation 2 are smaller than the initial sites owned by the families, council approves the consolidation of 13 sites to create approximately 6 urban of approximately 250 meters large in consultation with the affected families. This is what I read in context here, that it is, however, smaller, contrary to what you are saying. Can you please verify this?
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Deputy Mayor Byman will.
Thank you, Speaker. If I can maybe assist here. What happened is that the 13 sites that is referred to was the sites at first identified in the Wolverdans area. After consultation with the beneficiaries, the affected beneficiaries, it came to the front that the urban will indeed be smaller than those that they are at that stage residing on. So what happened then is that 13 urban, and that was what the had alluded to, the 13 urban had then been like divided, so that at this stage then it's not 13 houses that's going to come there, but only 6, which means then that the one earth would obviously be doubled for the beneficiary. The other 7 urban is identified in as infill sites in the Greenhaven area. So that is actually what happened, and that is why there is just 6 houses being built that is going to be erected then on that specific site. I hope that will help, Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Byman.
Infill sites, are you referring to what I would call pockets within the community, or?
If I may, Speaker?
Yes, please.
Yes, that is urban that is still in municipal. It's municipal urban that is between, that is urban that is maybe 20 or 25 years ago been awarded to people which didn't did anything on it, and as a result, it revert back to the municipality.
Thank you, Deputy.
Okay, Speaker, can I conclude now? I've got clarity in terms of what on what confronted me on this one. Now, mine is to say that if you have had ownership of a specific urban, and like in this case, it is not on the because of the wrongs of the resident that whatever transpired, they have to move out of the places that needs to be demolished, and now new property has been given. If they were property owners and there has been a specific size, then it means they had property. right? With property goes cost, value. And again, while they are not responsible for what happened to them, if they moved out of that, it means that they will then be prejudiced in terms of what the property and the value that they had versus the property that they receive now. That is the only concern that I have. Because I don't want our people, you know, from where we're coming from. And bear with me again, I have to refer to the past. Where we're coming from. When we see housing and development and land or whatever allocated for housing, you will see an aggressive decline in the size of property, in the size of plots, urban. If you look at Mountain View flats now, it's good enough for 1 or 2 dogs, and not sufficient for human purposes. So I'm saying, when you look at where they're coming from, and if the urban is now decreased or rather smaller, it means there's going to be a drop in the value that they had before they've been given this urban. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. So we can go on now, and no one else. Councillor Fontu, we're going to conclude now for you. You can speak, and after you, we conclude this item.
And I've noticed, Madam Speaker, you don't involve the Freedom Front and the ICOSA in this council. Let's do this. Madam Speaker, we support for this item, but the size must be the same or larger, not smaller, because you will be robbing those people.
Thank you, Councillor Kontu. So you are now right. You are fine. Okay. And you feel happy? And I'm also happy. Thank you. We're going to conclude now this item. We go now on to E316-11-2023, amendment to settlement agreement, Tarka restoration, community land claim of 27 urban suited in Tarka, as well as 9 urban suited on a portion of Earth 2003, extension 6, Mossel Bay, Office of a Regional Land Claim Commissioner, Western Cape. May I have a proposal on this item, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's in my ward. I will support.
Thank you, Councillor Meyer. May I have a seconder on this item, please?
Yes, Madam Speaker, you do have Councillor Kannemeyer.
Thank you, Councillor Kannemeyer. Any comment? Anyone? Can we go on? Our Councillor Kontu, I don't miss you. You like this on?
Yeah, I full support the restoration of the dignity.
Thank you,
because we know what the history did for the people of Tarka. Now, if you are giving that dignity to give back what they have, is very good.
Thank you, Councillor Kontu. We're going on to the next one.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Porter. My apology.
Speaker, yeah, it really fills the heart with gladness when you look at, you know, the restoration of Tarka as one of the oldest communities. My bite in the conclusion to this one is that I would want to also see, same like in District 6, one would have restoration in your, what is this? What is this street here? No, you're in town.
Moss Street.
Moss Street.
Moss Street.
Upper. Montague Street area, the High Street Montague area. You know, perhaps in the very near future, the Patriotic Alliance will champion that item in council. Moss Street, High Streets, Moss Streets, Montague Street in restoration, similar like District 6 in Cape Town. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Councillor Gous, we conclude with you.
Thank you, Speaker. All those questions are raised just now. If the MM can remember them, otherwise I'll have to repeat.
Speaker, I believe one of the question was the issue of a time frame, the 2 year. And I believe I will look at Mr. Prince, but I believe the delay was more on the department side, was not on the municipality side. So we were actually pushing very hard for it. So that was the one question. Sorry if I can't remember the other.
Speaker, if I may?
Yes,
So
please.
I just wanted to know, obviously, the reason for the delay on the amendments, because we presented a document to them and they've now only come back to us 2 years after the fact, just with amendments to that document. So realistically speaking, how long before these people that have laid the claims actually have an opportunity to put down the first bricks for a foundation for their homes?
Yes. Prince?
Thank you, Speaker. No, I just want to concur with the MM. We are pressuring this as quick as possible, but you must remember we're dealing with different parties, 36 of them, and with the department. So it's true, it was 2 years, and we hope to finalize this as soon as possible. However, you must note, in terms of the original item, there's still a few things that needs to be done. So it's still going to take a while.
Can I add something?
Yes, please. Anthony.
Just the concern, there is a valid concern. In the meantime, we gave them power of attorney to proceed with a land use application, so that they are also busy finalizing. So at least there's something happening parallel that will perhaps speed up the process.
Thank you. So then we go on to the next item, E31711, 2023, proposed alienation of a portion of 6393 Mossel Bay, 4,800 square meters, suited in Ekurhuleni. And then it's G. Coetzee on behalf of South African Global Trust. But I know also we must, if we're doing this item, we must excuse Councillor Coetzee. Conquer Trust. May we have a proposal for this item, please?
Madam Speaker, as the ward councillor, I propose.
Thank you. May we have seconded, please?
Seconded.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Delamay. Any questions, any comments? Councillor Gous?
Speaker, yes, this area of land, if I've read the item correctly, this person is willing to spend almost R1 million to make public property. So what is the advantage to this person for wanting to do so? My concern regarding this item is that 3 months down the line, 6 months down the line, the ordinary man is no longer going to have access to Third Beach in Dunna Bay via this piece of land. Even though it's been dressed up as being for the community's good. Currently, you cannot enter into McQueenie Estate unless you provide proof of a fisherman's license. So in other words, somebody like myself, who's not a fisherman, cannot just go and enter McQueenie to access the beach and enjoy it recreationally. What's happening here is we're essentially privatizing public land for the enjoyment of the rich. ACDP is not going to support this item.
Thank you, Councillor Gous. Any further, Councillor Mkontu?
Yes. Thanks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think on the issue of alienations, our position as the ANC will be always clear, especially on issues like this. Here we were discussing the issue of not having lands to develop with in the area that we have with slope land, all those things. But the reality here is that the Municipality of Mossel Bay, at the eyes of the community, is being seen as if is always protecting the business people or is always prioritizing the business people. not the public. This is what the community is saying. And the other thing is that I don't know when we must also, the disadvantaged communities, they must also open trust. But the reality is that we don't have money to buy these lands. What you notice in our areas, most of the portion of land will be always people that will be buying those land is people that have money. And we did request on this council, can you try to restore at least a way of balancing that the other communities, they don't have means of buying these lands. For example, if we want to compete on this one, we won't be able to compete because firstly, we don't have money. Secondly, the area that is there is the area that we might be allowed, but the policies or the way of doing things, we are not allowed. So we are against.
You are against the item? Thank you. Is the Kanawimba, do you think we, thank you, Council Botha, you can go on the whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, just a point of order, Madam Speaker, through you.
Yeah.
As this was not explained this morning to the gallery with the election of the new speaker, but Madam Speaker, except for the purpose of writing the official minutes of a meeting by an employee, nobody may, unless express prior approval of the chairperson of the meeting has been obtained, make any recording, whether audio or visual, or both audio and visual, or of a meeting or a part thereof. So, Madam Speaker, if members of the gallery can please just refrain from making recordings and videos. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Whip. It's a very important thing. You can't do that. If anyone do that, that's really not right. Thank you for mentioning it. Council Porter.
Speaker, thank you. On that input, I think Councillor Faisal Porter still has a very clear stance. That rule is a rule that is non-existent because of the practice of this council. It remains an open council, open for the public. My question is this council meeting recorded as an open council meeting on YouTube as it's supposed to be? I don't see the talk here today.
Are you?
So I'm not sure how the wagging tail would want to eliminate certain things. This is a public space as it is. It hasn't been called as a closed council. It's a general public meeting. It must be recorded that Councillor Porter is making that input here today.
Thank you, Mr.
So let us not bully people on what to do and what not to do, be allowed to do. Secondly, to the issue on the item. I'm not sure what Councillor Kutsia's involvement is here. I see a Kutsia name or surname, but he left the chambers on this matter. I would like to know what his involvement is there. That's one. And two, it's just very strange when we're dealing with this type of properties. And again, people from where I reside would come to this municipality, have interest in land. That person will be directed to a certain department and then he will be told, now, sir, that you have identified a piece of land which you are interested in, it must go through a process. There's public participation, must go to the media. You must pay the cost of it. By the way, just the other day, I saw a very rich man in this town. The municipality pay his cost for advertisements in the newspaper, but that's not the point of what I'm trying to make. Let me get back. So you now you have to go to the newspaper. You have to do public participation process, and the piece of land that you have identified must now go on a tender. Meaning whatever your idea is, whether you want to dream business or want to get into business, you have identified the land. The filthy rich people of Mossel Bay will come to the tender process and you will be ousted and your dream is gone. But again, when the filthy rich people would identify a piece of land at the beauty of the beaches that God has given us, it does not go through that process. The process that it goes through is here, where the majority of people of the DA sit and put up their hand for alienation and not through a tender process. Why are we having the differentiation in how people are being treated when they want land? Why is it that certain people are getting land through this process and the marginalized, the historically marginalized, who wants to do something better in life is going through a process where the filthy, stinking rich people will oust them through the money that they have already in their pockets? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. I'm going to ask the whip, Councillor Botha. Oh, no, the Executive Mayor. My apology, Executive Mayor. I'm very sorry.
Speaker, no, thank you very much. We were also concerned, or it was quite peculiar that somebody want to come and buy a piece of public land, exactly how Councillor Gou stated it. But I think from our side, we welcome any affluent person who want to come into our town and invest into the future and not gaining benefit from that. And if, and I agree, we might have serious concerns if that's the true intention. And I think for that reason, there's a list of recommendations as long as my leg, that the person do use it for what the intention is. So we welcome that. It's quite peculiar that we're having a long debate about people not wanting to come and give us something for free. I do understand the worries. I don't think we will get any, with all respect, I don't think if we go out on tender for this piece of land and we ask the community to come and erect a toilet facility for us for free, that we're going to get any tenders there. And I think that's the reason why we alienated. Yes, it's an affluent person, and it's a person who want to invest on that beach, and we welcome it. And to ensure that the intention has been reached that this council wanted for or to be utilized for, I think that's why all that recommendations is in there, that we ensure. I've seen that the person has only got 12 months. If he doesn't do the construction in 12 months, there's various fallback clauses. And I think we should rather apply our mind and see how we should, or what other clauses we should put in to ensure that we get the benefit of this, not try to argue this guy away. Let's get the person who want to invest, but see how we can ensure that it benefits the community. Why are we chasing people away? There's rich people in the world and there's not so rich people in the world, and we can't wish them away. If they want to come and spend their money here, let them. But let's put the right checks and balances in place.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. I just want to ask the whip, or just to explain about Councillor Kutsia, why he's not.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a family member of his. That's why. It's not a direct family member, but once again, through abundance of caution, the councillor has excused himself. No, Madam Speaker, then as to the item itself, it's worrisome if councillors don't read the agenda. If you can go through the recommendations there, point 2, that the property only be utilized for conservation and as a coastal access point, point 10, that the public will have free coastal access to and over the property at all times. We are going off on tangents about things without having read the agenda. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Whip. We appreciate you. So we're going on. Councillor Porter, you are concluded?
I want to conclude quickly by saying, Speaker, if all the rich people of this country will come, as we call them, the Great Escape to Mossel Bay, would buy all this land and the seashores, those who remain poor, the true and aboriginal people of this town, whom I am a representative of, will not have access, same like in Hartenbos, where you've got booms where our people used to walk and fish and live. I want to leave this item on that note. That you continue with the rich against the poor, and you will push us back tot daar waar die nuwe vullisgatte en hope nou van die garden route gebou is.
Thank you. Councillor Dubulo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very short, we're going to conclude this item now. We have debated a long time now, okay?
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, we conclude with you. Now
Remember,
further.
Madam Speaker, I have the 5 minutes. Ne? Yeah, thank you. Madam Speaker, I want to speak my language, man, for this issue. True, when Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, true when Madam Speaker, malunga nale nguphakamisa whip womuntu ofotayo apha ebhungeni. I think ayomfihlo lenhlanganiso. Besibona eMossel Bay evectise belapha bethatha inotes effort. Besibona lapha eTV ba live lenhlanganiso. So wonke umuntu akanika freedom yakhe. If any person want to take the pictures here and the recording in videos, we must give that freedom because they read is public this one. First one. Second one, Madam Speaker, umcimbi emihlaba. Umasipala wethu uyakwazi uthengisa. Kodwa akakwazi uthengela abantu abafuna umhlaba. Masenze umzekelo nge-pig farm. I-pig farm kwenza i-exchange. Thanga uthenga umhlaba, unikwe abantu umhlaba so that bakwazi ufuya. Kwenza i-exchange. But ukhambe umuntu ofuna uthenga umhlaba, uyawuthengisa umasipala. Kodwa akakwazi banceda abantu abahluphekayo. So elibhunga liyasibhidisa kakhulu. So isikhathi niqwalasele into yobana umhlaba mawuthengelwe abantu abafunayo. Ungasolo umasipala ethengisa kodwa akwazi uthengela abantu. Sine-informal settlement njengangoku unefuna umhlaba, anikwazi uthenga umhlaba private land. Kodwa niyakwazi uthengisa. Asabi yapha le Mossel Bay.
Thank you, Councillor Dubulo. I think, Councillor Coast. No,
Thank you.
I know I give you a few times, but I will give you only this time now also, please. We must go on.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I would just like, for clarity's sake, to state that I did read the agenda. I did read the fact that this person is going to allow access and so on. That's why I specifically mentioned the timeline, because we've seen this happen time and again in Mossel Bay, where estates and other areas are granted the opportunity to put up gates and to close off areas with a provision that they will allow full access to the public, and then they just don't. And that is what's going to happen here as well. There's no reason somebody will spend R1 million to put up toilet facilities for the public to use when he could, in my opinion, just as well have approached the municipality and donated the toilets on municipal land. The fact that he's purchased the land to be in his own name tells me that he has an agenda with the land, and 2 years from now, we can go and take a look if the public really does have free access across that land. I stand by my point. The ACDP strongly objects to this alienation. I think it's completely contrary to what the Constitution tells us is fair and transparent and equitable alienation of land.
Do you have a counter? Is there any counter proposal?
Speaker?
Seconder?
My counter proposal, well, let's see. My counter proposal is that we approach this gentleman and we ask him, thank you for wanting to spend this much money in Mossel Bay. Are you willing to do it as a donation towards this municipality? I've seen it on our budgets before, on our capital budgets. I've seen where we've had items donated in our annual financial statements. The same can be done here.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder for you? Thank you, Councillor Porter.
Vote, yes, vote.
Voting. I want to know who's for the item. Can I put up your hands, please? 17 people for. Can I see who's against this item? For the other proposal. Who's for the other proposal of Council House? 2?
Madam
3,
Speaker,
no, 3.
Can I get the light? The Freedom Front Plus is against this item. Totally.
Against. Okay. So against against, can you just put up your hands again? The proposal for what from Council House donation for a
Speaker,
donation.
if I can just clarify, so the second proposal was that the land not be alienated at 980,000
Okay.
rand, but that the person be approached
Yeah.
to make a donation to the Mossel Bay Municipality of those because that's the grounds on which this land has been
Thank you.
alienated
Thank you,
to him.
Council House. We're
That
going,
he is going to erect toilets. So let's ask him to donate the ablution blocks and not purchase that land.
so this is what we asked, which person the councillors for Councillor House proposal, please put up your hands. Right, and who is against?
No, I also want to be very clear because Speaker, you're confusing us when you.
Council House Council House make a proposal, and I ask who's for the item like it is. Okay, now Council House came and she make the proposal another proposal, right?
I just want, Speaker, my understanding. She vehemently opposed the item. That's one.
Okay.
2, how she understands the item is that this man wants to erect this stuff there for the purpose of the public, which she doesn't believe it's the case.
Yeah.
And on that note, she make a counter proposal to the item
That's what I talk about.
to say, if he wants to do a blessing, putting toilets, give the money to that is what he says.
That's
So it is totally in contrast with the item on the agenda, and that I will support. My hand is up. We've seen that with the fence and all that type of things.
Just give me a moment. Councillor Whip, could you please proceed?
Madam Speaker, you need to be fair.
I'm first now.
You need to be fair.
Put off your.
I did raise my hand before him.
I saw that.
Councillor Porter, just a moment.
Check the red light.
Yeah, point of order.
It's a point of order, okay.
Madam Speaker, no, I'm rising on precedence of the Speaker. The Speaker determines and we've gone over to voting now, so there's no further argument. Then, Madam Speaker, perhaps just to assist the councillors if there's some confusion, the Speaker has asked for those in favor of the proposal as is. Then there are those in favor of the proposal as is by Councillor House. And then there are those who I presume are just against the item without being for any of the other proposals.
Yes.
So it's those 3 options. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Can we ask for the proposal of Council House? Just put up your hands.
Madam Speaker,
Councillor Contu, we are busy with voting. And then
no, I need a clarity before I can vote. I cannot just vote.
Councillor Whip, could you please explain again? And that's the last time. Listen.
No, Madam Speaker,
Yeah,
can
just
you
listen to
give me a chance?
The points. Councillor Contu, make your mic.
Madam Speaker, the Speaker has determined that we've gone over to voting.
Yes.
We've actually started the process.
Yes.
The Speaker has asked those in favor of the proposal as it is in the agenda. Those people have raised their hands. It's been counted. Then there was a proposal for those in favor of the motion by Councillor House. They've raised their hands. It's been counted. And then there is voting for those who are against the item and not for any other proposal. So that is where we are now. Please, Madam Speaker, if we can conclude on the item as directed by the Speaker.
Thank you. Could you
Order, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Contu.
I want call the order. You give them a order, ne? When I raise the hand, you give the chief whip the order. I'm also raising to the point of order. We were the first to say that we are against.
That's right.
And they also do the same thing. We didn't count. We were supposed to first count.
That's exactly what we are.
Then then there's a new proposal that comes with a host of the willingness of that person. Then we'll be going there. Let's firstly count the first proposals. There was the other side. The other side they counted. You didn't count us.
Now I want to know who's against this the proposal.
Madam Speaker,
Just put up your hands if the
Madam Speaker, this one is clear. As we heard here, the people who are going with the item, they raise their hands. And then the people who want to go with propose or of host, they go their hand. We as the ANC, we stand that we are against the item. Thank you
That's
very much.
exactly. Thank you. So, but now if you're, yeah, so we are fine.
Put up the hands, you must count.
If you're against it, just put up your hand. That's what we say the whole time. Okay, thank you. And the, right.
No, Madam Speaker, there's been a miscount now. A councillor has raised their hands on two proposals.
You can't.
The councillor of Ikosa has raised their hand both in favor of Councillor Gous and then against with the ANC. So if we can just have clarity there, please.
Then the counting it's 6. That's 7, and then 4 of the item 17. So then thank you so much. And I'm very sorry, Councillor Gous, we are there. Thank you. We're going on. E3, item E318, 11/2023, service level agreement, Mossel Municipality Debt Manager, PTY Ltd Limited as a tender, 436/2022/2023, Municipal Finance Management Act number 56 of 2003, section 33. May I have a proposal here, please? Proposal for this item.
Sorry.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I'll propose.
Thank you, Councillor Mark Furness. Have a seconder for this item, please.
Madam Speaker, I will second the item.
Thank you, Councillor Kutsia. Councillor Gous, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the ACDP votes against. Well, no, I can't do that because then we're not going to have somebody to actually provide these services. But let me raise this issue in the council today. I've done it when this party, DebtPack, was provided this contract a few years ago, and they are now again being awarded a contract worth 41 million rand. I note in the item the attempt to convince councillors that this is a good contract to undertake because they have recovered a certain amount of money, etc., etc. This despite the fact that we write off millions every single year in this council chamber for bad debt. Speaker, part of my concern is that this specific company is increasing the cost to residents that do fall behind with the accounts, because there are punitive measures and punitive costs that are incurred when they fall behind, many of them to such a degree that they cannot recover, they cannot get ahead. And so we pay DebtPack 41 million rand, and the residents have to continually stay behind. They can never catch up what they owe the municipality, and eventually we write off that debt as well. DebtPack has been in service of this municipality for many, many years, more than what I know, because I've only been here 7 years. This is the second time we're renewing the contracts, and they had it before then as well. That tells me they are not transferring any skills to our staff, which by this time surely they should have been able to do, and we could administrate bad debt ourselves. So the ACDP says no. I will abstain from this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gous.
Enkosi kakhulu, Madam Speaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Councillor Gous.
Madam Speaker, ndinombuzo, ingabe okokubana ii-officials zakwa-Deadpack ingabe umsebenzi wazo ziwenza ngehlobo ekufanele ukuba ziwenza ngalo? Kuba abantu bakuthi if okokubana umuntu uyaya uyofilisha iform for u-aplya for i-indigent, uzonyuswa esehliswa, kubekho amaphepha ashotayo, bangamniki i-information epheleleyo. Ingabe yintoni le? Because umuntu a-end up kuthiwe hayi i-application yakho ikhansilishiwe. So u-Deadpack ayikho nto asinceda ngalo ekuhlaleni. Kuba sinabantu abadala, sibe nabantu abadisable abafuneke behleli nje bamane benyuka besihla beya ku-Deadpack, kodwa akho ncedo abalufumanayo khona. Kodwa u-Deadpack uyafumana itender again, kungekho service ayenzayo ekuhlaleni.
Thank you. We noted. Thank you. So is there any other comments? Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Speaker. The one interesting part of where I'm coming from would be who owns Deadpack? It's like this thing. What is this company's name at the airports? Bidvest. It's Bidvest everywhere. Bidvest everywhere. But you don't know Bidvest. But in accordance to Deadpack, the list is endless in terms of complaints from our community. Our communities those are the people, the poor people that are putting the cash, rand and cent into the coffers of this municipality. So that is where we need professional and a job or work with respect to our people. We can't claim that our community is happy with Deadpack. Now, of course, one would argue, no, it's because it's debt that people are unhappy. Because they're falling behind that they are unhappy. It's not necessarily Deadpack. But I have sent people there. You know, most of this municipality don't want the council to get involved, and you'll be charged for interfering. So I'll send people there. Today I'll send a person with a situation. Tomorrow I'll send another person with another situation, and the treatment there is totally different. If you look at indigence and the process of indigence, I've said in the previous meeting, in the council meeting, that municipality must do more in order to get to the poorest people, especially in the affluent areas, the most of the rural areas or farm areas where people know they must now reapply and all that. But Deadpack, with all these monies for all these years of tenders that they received, also failed. But if the administration don't put them to task, then where's the failure? Let me not say where. Let me leave it at that. I am saying the Patriotic Alliance is against this thing of, you know, and there's other areas of service providers. These guys that clean the beaches. It is not cast in stone that these people must continue and having the same contracts over and over and over and again. We are living in a country where the gap is too big. And therefore it is critical that, yes, Councillor Gou's skills must be transferred, that's one. And two, opportunities must be shared equally. People must get equal opportunities. Mindful of the fact that we don't want a drop in the quality of services. Debt track must go. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Anyone else? Thank you, Councillor Buddha.
The red light is here.
Oh, sorry, Councillor.
Yeah, at the back.
Councillor
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Baron, you
From the
must-
side of the Freedom Front Plus, we are definitely from 2016 against DEPEC. There's a lot of reasons that I can't mention here, but what I want to say, I went there twice to assist people. And then I find out this is the wrong place to assist people. They can't assist. They are just ticking the box. They don't have powers to assist people. So from there on, I went to administration all these years. And you get the service from the administration, not from DEPEC. So for Freedom Front Plus, they are useless. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Baron. Councillor Buddha, you must
Thank you,
speak.
Speaker. Thank you very much, Speaker. As you all know that every day we are complaining about the DEPEC. We keep on saying anyone of the DEPEC, it must go to the community, because we know that in our poor communities, there are disabled, the elders who can't come here. If you come in Mossel Bay with a taxi from there, it's 30 rand, 15 rand to come, 15 rand back. Therefore, Speaker, we are against this. So, Speaker, we want people who are competent to do the job. If you are competent to do the job, the people there, how do you call it, in Mountain View, we can say now they receive what we call consumer education, because those people, they're coming on the farm. Nobody educate those people. The last time I saw municipality and other departments, they educate the people, is when Nana was still alive. If those people that are coming from the farm, rural areas or whatsoever, and other areas, they are not educated, how are we going to handle the houses there? Because now it's my word that every day I go there, we find that the water, the electricity is cut off, and then they've got a big debt and so on. While you are saying on the other side, if this service thing, it can just go to our community and then educate the people there, so that this municipality at the end of the day, we must not find ourselves in a debt, in a good debt area.
Thank you, Councillor Buddha. You, Councillor.
Inkosi, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, sezichatshazelo ezininzi. I-issue ka-DEPEC isiqhekeza inhloko sonke. Izolo benine-meeting nabantu abadala eschools nge-issue ka-DEPEC. Akabonanga even imitha ibindawoni but uthathe ilantuka nje i-readings. Then imitha I found out i-contract efaka i-fibre ewadwane. Imithi lapha ngaphandle kwi-sidewalks. Abanibonisa ityala labo li-over for bona. Ngenxa ka-DEPEC. Umuntu ohlala eClan Street, Madam Speaker, ebe-willing ubhatala i-400. UDEPEC wamjikisa wathi makawubhatala i-800. Akaphangeli. Ulale engatyanga. So i-issue ka-DEPEC isiqhekeza inhloko, Madam Speaker. That matter, Madam Speaker, as i-council esezitshilo ngaphandle zibe against le item. As a ward council echaphazela i-ward yonke le nto, zibe against le item nam. Because ayisincedisi uDEPEC. Abasincedisi kucinezeleka abantu abahluphekileyo. Ngandivala, Madam Speaker, ndigqibezela intetho yam. Even icawe ziyakhala ngoDEPEC. And all the time sifumana i-calls, sifumana kubantu abazepension ba ndivalelwe umbane, ndivalelwe amanzi. Asifumani calls kuthiwa zisuka kubantu abarich. Kuvalala abantu abahluphekileyo, Madam Speaker. Le nto kaDepek iyabacinezela iipension zethu. Ndisicela ithathe lingalelo lebhunga. Yonke imanagement ne-executive committee mayor ithathe lingalelo imicimbi kaDepek. That made us against le nto thina.
Thank you. Is there anyone else want to say something? We are going on now. Is there a ask for a council proposal? Counter proposals, count. Then we must go into vote. Yes. Can Council Porter?
Speaker, are we going to vote now?
Yes. Yes.
Must be example.
Do you want to make a counter proposal?
You've got an item where I'm not sure whether I've lost something, but as far as I'm concerned, is Delpec must go. We can't go build fortunes here for individuals. That's it. We need another service provider. This thing of
Is that your counter proposal?
this thing that they are the highest bidder doesn't add up to our experiences.
Council Porter, this is your counter proposal. I must go. Take back.
They must go. We must search for new service providers.
Secundi for Council Porter. May we have a secundi?
Second.
Seconder?
Yes, so second.
Thank you.
Councillor Porter.
Madam Speaker, we can't do that. We can't get involved. Councillors can't get involved in the SM processes with the tender that was handed out. Sorry, Madam Speaker.
No, Speaker, this is pertaining the agreement. This is pertaining the extension of the agreement for a period longer than 3 years. That's why the section 33 is in front of you. And with the agreement that if the decision is accepted, that will be signed. So it's regarding the extension of the 3 years, not the awarding of the tender. So what the item is before you, you must decide whether you want to extend it for a period longer than 3 years, not if you want to appoint them or not. That was done by means of tender. This is regarding the period for the agreement. So what we have at this stage in front of you is a proposal for the extension of the agreement for a period longer than 3 years from 1 December 2023 to 30 June 2028. And I have a counter proposal, it appears to me, that still needs to be seconded, that is not in agreements and does not want this item to be accepted.
Correct.
So we still need a secondant on this item to proceed, Madam Speaker.
ANC seconded.
On Council Porter.
Madam Speaker, I think Councillor Machesini seconded the
That
proposal
is
by Councillor Porter.
Machesini seconded. So we're going to vote for the proposal. May I have your hands, please? Up. 4. Yeah. Then it's 18, and so for against, for Council Porter, please put up your hands. Not against. For Council Porter.
Just put up the hands.
Just put up your hands.
Yeah.
Council Porter makes his proposal. So who are you for, Council Porter? Yeah, that's what I want to ask. Can you put up your hands if you want to? 7. Right. Thank you. Then we conclude with this item.
Speaker, the ACDP abstains.
Thank you.
But I would like the following reasons noted. First of all, that once again, this extension of this contract has come to council literally 1 day before it actually expires today.
Yes.
I've objected to this before.
Sure.
Second of all, that we do not see any skills transfer by this company. And those are the reasons the ACDP is abstaining. I'd like
you.
them minuted. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Gous. So we noted. So we're going on with E319, 11/2023, service level agreement, Mossel Bay Municipality, ICAPA. Are you there? Yeah, there you have it also. Education and flow tender 434/2022/2023 Municipal Finance Management Act, number 56 of 2003, section 33. Amen. I would just want to ask for a proposal in a second.
Speaker, if we can just through you ask Mr. Prince just to give us a small summary on what is
That we
in
can
front of
do that.
council. Thank you.
Council, Meneer Prince.
Yes, Speaker, I think first you must get the proposal and seconded, and then I will.
Yeah. So may I have a proposal for this item, please?
Thank you, Speaker, you do.
Thank you, Councillor Tabu. The seconder.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I will second the item.
Thank you, Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Speaker. This is then also an extension of the agreement for a period longer than 3 years. It will then be for a period of 5 years with the financial implication there for you under item 2. This is regarding the meter readers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Any comments? Can we go on with this one? Thank you. Then we're going on to item 320, 11/2023, appointment as regional chairperson of the Institute for Municipal Public Safety of South Africa, Western Cape, and executive committee member of the National Institute for Municipal Public Safety of South Africa, Council Leon van Dijk. Yeah, he's now excused, and this item is now in front of the council. May I have a proposal for this item, please?
Madam Speaker, you have, but with a correction, please. It should read the appointment of the provincial chairperson of the Institute of Municipal Public Safety of South Africa, Western Cape, and the executive committee member of the National Institute of for Municipal Public Safety of South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Nikki Leroux. So can we have a proposal?
Madam Speaker, I will second the item.
Thank you. Any comments? Can we go on? Thank you. Then we're going to item E321. Yes, you must come back. What is the MP?
Is it E321?
Wat was het? Elke slag verkeerd. Ik heb hem ingezet. Council Leon van Dijk, is it? Maybe he's coming back. Okay, we're doing, then we start with item E321, 11/2023, proposed temporary one-way traffic flow during peak period in Dani de Jager Street, Hooghof Street and Hofmeyer Street, Mossel Bay, in order to elevate traffic congestion at Point High School suited on Earth 4380 Mossel Bay. May I have a proposal, please?
Madam Speaker, as the ward councillor, and after a very extensive public participation process and community involvement, I would like to propose this item.
Thank you, Councillor Kutsia. May I have a seconder for this item, please?
Yes, Madam Speaker, Councillor van Dijk.
Thank you, Councillor van Dijk. Can we go on? Okay, then we go to item E322. 199, just don't put to me. Yeah, okay, to me, so 5. Ministry of Local Government, Environmental Affairs and Development Planning, comments on the revised organizational structure for Mossel Bay Municipality in line with Chapter 2 of the Municipal Staff Regulations 2021. May I have a proposal on this
Madam
item?
Speaker, I propose.
Thank you, Councillor Nikki. May I have a seconder?
Yes, Madam Speaker, you do, Councillor van Dijk.
Thank you, Councillor van Dijk. Any comments, Councillor?
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Speaker. If I could just ask if we could have somebody just explain this ratio to us that has been highlighted. 0.5 says, well, okay, let's leave 0.5, but just that the core versus the support component is excessive and not compliant. And then these two ratios are given, 76 to 23 and not 70 to 30. If somebody could just explain that ratio to us. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Director Potgieter, could you please assist us here?
The ratios is about how much of the staff are support staff, so that is corporate, and then how much of the staff is line function. So ideally, or actually that's just how it is, you must have a larger part that is line function. In our case, we are slightly below it, but it's still acceptable. The MEC did accept the motivation that we had for that.
Thank you, Director Potgieter.
Thank you. Speaker, if I can just follow up. What is the motivation?
What is the motivation, Director Potgieter? Hi.
Chairperson, I do not have the exact motivation, but it will have to do with the type of work that we do and how we are organized in it, how many levels we have in the span of control. I can have provide the exact motivation, Speaker.
Thank you, Director Potgieter. So you're fine. Thank you. Then we go on to the next item. E323 11/2023 scores skills and retention policy proposed changes. May I have a proposal and a seconder, please?
Madam Speaker, I propose.
And a seconder, please.
You do have a second,
Thank you.
Speaker.
Any comments? Do anyone want to make comments or ask? Then we go on to E326 11/20. Oh,
Page 1.
1 to 9. I'm too fast for everything now. E324 11/2023 discrimination policy. May I ask for a proposal and a proposal for this item, please?
Speaker,
Yes.
before I propose, I just want to confirm that this mic is broken and I'm not responsible for it. It's not me, but I propose the item.
We believe you, Councillor Tauber. Councillor Tauber, are you propose?
Yes, I'm proposing, Speaker.
Thank you. And now I need a seconder.
Okay, I would second it.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Wuma. Can we go on? Then E325.
Yes.
11/2023 closing of office during December 2023 year end function. And I believe everyone is against this. So may I have a proposal, please?
Madam Speaker, I propose and allow me the opportunity to thank the personnel. And I believe that I speak for all the councillors when I say that they've done exemplary work in the past year, and we dearly would like them to have a good afternoon off. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Councillor Nikki Leroux. Can I have a seconder, please? It's Councillor.
Second. Speaker, I will second.
Thank you, Councillor Reiter. Thank you. Councillor Conti.
On this item, I'm very glad, but I have the other thing. My chief whip will always say, after 3 hours, there must be something here. We are hungry.
I didn't. Sorry, Councillor Kontu. We start and you hold us busy, so you must wait. I didn't hear anything of food now. We just do, okay? Okay, so we're going on with E326 11/2023 performance evaluation and bonuses for directors. May I have a proposal, please? Yeah, thank you so much. Can we kind of on another second? Ek wag net so 'n bietjie.
Speaker net vir Fransie.
Just a moment.
Sorry for the interruption, Speaker. It was
Sorry.
just by just resetting the system. It will take a couple of seconds.
Fine, thank you. Just hold a little bit. On
I think it's like for my
okay. Council Nikki Leroux.
Yes, I have proposed, thank you.
You propose for it. Can I have a seconder for this item, please? If 331.
I will second the item, Speaker.
Thank you, Grace. Councillor Grace. And then we're going to item 332, 2023. Notice of motion in terms of Rule 50 of the rules regulating the conduct of meetings of the Council of the Mossel Municipality. Congratulations to the national rugby team Springboks. May I have a proposal for this item, please?
Madam Speaker, I do propose.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Whip. Councillor Botha. May I have a seconder?
Thank you, Speaker, you do.
Thank you, Councillor Tabo.
Speaker, can we just give the recommendations perhaps, please? What's the recommendations? Say that the council will formulate a resolution.
Thank you, Councillor Whip. Are you
Speaker, are we on E332?
Yeah.
So you are still there?
Yeah.
I also want to bite there, please.
Madam Speaker, then with the recommendations, I don't know if Alderman Boyson wants to read them or if I can proceed for him. Okay, Madam Speaker, then, with regards to the motion by Alderman Boyson, we make then the following recommendations to Council. That the Mossel by Council hereby congratulates the national rugby team, the Springboks, on winning the World Cup 2023 and for being the only team to win the Rugby World Cup 4 times. That the letter of congratulations be sent to the SARU and to be signed by the Executive Mayor, the Speaker and the Municipal Manager, and thereafter posted on the municipal's social media pages. We do so propose, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Councillor Whip, Beta. So there is seconded for this. We have already
That was just
a recommendation for the, there you are, Council Baron.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We seconded the way the Chief Whip was reading it.
Thank you.
Not and amended it, not like Councillor Boyson is saying. He said the DA caucus. We can't do DA caucus here. Thank you for rectifying Chief Whip. And from the side of the Freedom Front Plus, we also congratulate the Springboks. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We noted it. Thank you, Councillor Baron.
Madam Speaker, I still stand by my point. Motion of congratulations for the Springboks on the 2023 World Cup victory in France. Rule 49 of motions. Hereby we as the DA caucus congratulate the South African national rugby team, the Springboks, for making history as the only rugby team in the world to win the Rugby World Cup 4 times. We further wish to congratulate the Springbok rugby team for their 2 consecutive wins of the Rugby World Cup 29 and 2023. We are very proud of you, and you are always welcome in our iconic Mossel Bay. The emerging events and creative capital of the Western Cape stands behind you. Thank you for making us proud. Thank you, the Democratic Alliance. Madam Speaker, all of the parties could put in a motion. the Democratic Alliance put this motion on the table. And I thank you.
Thank you. You know, sometimes I think I'm so sorry for Speaker Fortuin. She's sitting here and you have the faces look at you and you don't know what's now the word. You must say. Thank you, Executive Mayor. Can we please just ask the Executive Mayor to report, sir?
Can carry on or can switch off.
Just give
The first.
him a comment. Yeah. Well, can we just give the yeah.
Speaker, no, I wanna thank Councillor Boyson and the DA caucus for the motion. But the resolution taken by council obviously needs to be a council resolution. So in the minutes, it will be stated, Councillor Boyson, that's the motion brought by you, but the resolution that we're gonna take should be a council resolution. And then I think the letter from the mayor, I've seen you've given me a lot of work today, but I'll gladly do it. And the letter also, we will indicate that it's from the whole council.
Speaker,
Councillor Debula.
on behalf of the ANC, I want to thank for the Springbok to win the World Cup, special the captain Sia two times as a captain to in the row to win the World Cup.
Thank you. There you go.
Motion executed.
Motion of Before I'm going on, just only one before I'm going on to the next motions, I just want to mention here only those who are indicated that they will attend the lunch will enjoy the lunch. I hope you put your hand up. So I just mentioned it. So we're going on with the motions. Take mine. Now we're going to the next, also the motions. Council.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will, without further, Patricia Fratu. And then I. Yes. Okay. The purpose and background of this motion of urgency. The purpose of this item is to consider the establishment of a new non-profit company, MPC, to be known as the Benevolent Park Care Centre, MPC, and the management body to ensure the effectiveness, management, and sustained operation of the Benevolent Park facility, and that the lease agreement of 9 years and 11 months be entered into the MPC after it's established. The Benevolent Park is currently financially constrained, and as the facility delivers an important community service, it is hereby moved that the motion to which attention has been directed be considered forthwith as a matter of exigency. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Meyer. Can I have a seconded on this motion? Thank you. Only your light.
Second speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Kannemeyer.
The item has been distributed.
The item has been distributed to every council. I give you 5 minutes to read. I think there is still.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Erica has copies. If the administration can assist with distributing it to all councillors, and then if we can have 5 minutes to read,
5
please.
minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes. 5 minutes to read and us, please. Councillor Porter, do you have a copy? Thank you. Councillors, can we ask if everyone is there any comments? Thank you. Do it. Another 2 minutes. Councillor, another 2 minutes. You can read. Oh, do you want to speak, Councillor?
Yeah, please.
You're welcome.
While people are on 2 minutes. Speaker, Benevolent Park for the community of Mossel Bay, particularly the area where it is situated. The purpose why it is erected and why it is established. That cannot be discussed, allowing us 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or even half an hour to read through this. There's a lot of things in Benevolent Park that happened. A lot of things. This thing is not for us to determine. The community must decide what happens to that. Firstly, it has been established by the community as an NPO. You can call it in any which way you want, but this thing has been hijacked by the DA now want to move it into a company where the community doesn't have say over it anymore. This is the crux of the matter of this thing. If you look at the management of Benevolent Park as it is and where it come from, you will clearly see the shift that brought that institution as to where it is, precisely to achieve what? What is in front of us today. The Mossel Bay community will not rest, even if this council, and you can do with this statement as you please, even if this council decide today to move this thing into an NPC, a non-profitable company, where the community doesn't have say, as you have done with all other NPCs that you have registered thus far under directors, which sits right in front of me. It's not going to happen. I'm saying this thing goes to the community, and the community will decide what will happen. Those people that are managing this thing, including the people doing finance, has given me files of their own corruption. The masses, the majority votes here, the people that put up their votes, they came there and they hijacked that institution. In my presence, I was there. If this council has something to decide on, it should be on how you will assist that institution with the extension of the lease agreement, and that's it. That is the position of the Patriotic Alliance in this issue. This time here is insufficient. And it is not the right place and right forum to decide whether NPC or whatever the case may be, as you have done already with other NPCs in this council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes,
It's clear that Benevolent Park is in financial difficulties. This proposal, if it had been read, like other items in the council perhaps were also not read in the showcase today. If we look at point 15, that the public participation process as prescribed by relevant legislation be followed. So this is not anyone hijacking anything, Madam Councillor, Madam Chair. What's going to happen here is this is a proposal, and this proposal will go out for public participation. At least this is a solution that's being put on the table, other than those that just cry on Facebook. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
thank you, Executive Mayor.
Speaker, thank you very much. I think it's the kettle calling the pot black, because the politician involved there was Councillor Porter, and now he's accusing us of manipulating. I don't know which DA councillor were involved. Yeah, you were the only politician there, not been. Speaker, can I maybe? I don't scream while he's talking.
Please, point of order. The Executive Mayor speak.
Speaker.
Councillor Porter. No?
Speaker, thank you. So, yeah, Councillor Porter were doing exactly what he's accusing the DA of. So we were not involved in an AGM. People were elected there and without our influence. Obviously, we've got council representatives there, and they played their role representing council. They've been elected by council, which Councillor Porter is not one of. And as far as I've heard, he also stood as one of the managing board members there. So he's now accusing us of exactly doing what he wanted to do. The community must decide. That's why we're going out. The community also thus far were involved. And this institution is bankrupt. It's our land, and it's a bankrupt institution. So we're not trying to hijack. They've got actually financial liabilities that's going to become somebody's problem. It's somebody's problem. So I understand that you're emotional about it, Councillor Porter, but at the end of the day, we must think, yeah, like you did try to do. But we, as the DA caucus, we decided that we should be bold and think of the actual residents that's staying there. Because who's going to look after them? The community have not looked after them up to now. That institution is bankrupt because of community members that's been elected. It's not the new management that driven it into the debt that it is. It's the previous management. The current management came in the other day, and then all this debt was already incurred. So, yeah, it's unfortunate. And at this stage, we should not sit by idly and do nothing. Being a bankrupt institution, next month, maybe they can't pay the people looking after the people in the frail care. What then? That's why it's a matter of exigency. Don't point your finger at me. I didn't drive that place into bankruptcy.
Thank you, Executive Mayor.
Speaker.
Councillor Gous, you may.
Thank you, Speaker. This is a very sensitive subject in the community. And I must be honest, I'm not completely on top of everything that has happened. I know there's been allegations of fraud. I know there was a lot of debate on Facebook regarding the last meeting, and Mr. William Sam then stepped down saying that there's too much politics involved in the situation. There were people elected to the board that, in my opinion, I didn't even know where their interest lied, how they ended up there. So I think what would have been helpful is if we'd had a more comprehensive report to council on this matter, firstly, so that we could actually make a fair resolution regarding this. If I take a look at it, for example, it says the contract ended at the 30th of September. So why were we not given more time to think about this? Why was it brought in as a motion of exigency on the 30th of November? And then is this the first year that Benevolent Park operated at a loss? I see that we are going out on public participation, but I also want to know when we say that the ward committee or the ward councillor will engage the ward committees, what proof do we have that the ward committee then goes out into the community? What formal, I actually been wanting to ask this on the other items as well. What kind of engagement is there beyond the ward councillor going to the ward committee? Because we know once we put this in a little notice in the Mossel Bay Advertiser, it's lost. Nobody's going to read it.
Thank you, Councillor Gous. Councillor Baron, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to say that this motion of exigency was needed. Unfortunately, we as the Freedom Front Plus, we also had a chat with this lady in charge of Benevolent Park. And actually it's strange that the doors was not shut down yet, because there's a big problem there. And it's our people that is suffering. So we need intervention. So the Freedom Front Plus will wait when this public participation process is coming back to council. But we need an urgent intervention. There's big problems there. Thank you so much.
Right, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Boyson.
Madam Speaker, just a correction. Talking about hijacked here. Madam Speaker, I am the chairperson of Community Services. I was there at that meeting. Madam Speaker, we have people who are delegated to the Benevolent Park, like Councillor Kannemeyer, Councillor Meyer. People, Madam Chairperson, but we don't have voting power. We was not voting. Was not part of the AGM. I hope on hierdie skewe beeld elke keer we hijack it. Let's make it clear today. We was not part of the AGM. We was not part of the voting delegation who was there. Thank you.
Any comments further? Councillor Porter.
Speaker, I want to recognize Boyson, Councillor Boyson, as an honourable person. He just portrayed not to be an honourable because he voted. He brought a full delegation of people and they vote. All councillors vote there. That's what happened. Secondly,
It's all council.
secondly, the community will decide.
Thank you, Councillor Porter.
And the community will be well prepared and waiting.
I think that I'm going to ask the Executive Mayor to just
Speaker, yeah. As I've mentioned, we know that this is going to be an emotional matter, so why should we stick out our heads? So the community can decide, and then the community must also take up the debt, because somebody needs to. So it's nice to make bold statements here, but up to now, no community member came out and said, we're going to help. So we are taking the bold step so that you can criticize us to assist these people. So we will take the flick. We will take the flick. Why would we like to have it? We know that only the repairs there, we've had a report.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, the previous speaker keeps interrupting the mayor. The mayor was quiet during his speech. He keeps accusing people of bullying, yet he is the one calling people names, Madam Speaker, and he is the one interrupting other councillors. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I please ask that we have respect also the Executive Mayor when he's busy speak. And thank you, Executive Mayor, you can go on.
Speaker, thank you. All I wanted to say is Benevolent Park, as our Freedom Front colleagues also indicated, they're in deep trouble. The management came to see us on various occasions, wanting to make their problems ours. It is our building. How can we walk away and say it's not our problem? They're in major trouble, Councillor Porter. The community is not going to alleviate that problem. That's the reality. For many years, they've slipped into the problem that they're now. For what reason will we go and try to incur? We've had a report to repair Benevolent Park. council, waarnemer the MM, can indicate it's millions of rands just to repair, not run, repair. So they come to us, the roofs are leaking, not to you, they're coming to me, the delegation. How many times already? We've taken various council decisions to see how we can assist. But at the end of the day, it's our people, it's our property. I think that we can have a say in how it must be managed because it's been mismanaged. So I do agree it's an emotional matter. Let the community also say their say. But don't see this as, why would we want to hijack it? Why would we want to take on a problem that is not ours and that we did not create? So I'm trying to be honest with you. For what reason? I don't understand why you think that we would like to hijack it. I can't understand why you think that, for what reason.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. I'm going to ask.
Speaker, my apologies. If I can just add to that, those questions that are asked so that we just get one reply. I'd like to ask, we had that item regarding Rotary. As they sell off a property, there was going to be, I think, 1% of levies or whatever was going to be coming in. What's happening about that? Is that money coming in? And how does this item impact that agreement that we have with Rotary?
Thank you, Councillor Gous. I'm going to ask
Speaker,
the Executive Mayor.
We've spent months trying to convince the previous management, again, of why it's beneficial to them. Again, my family doesn't stay there. There's no benefit for me in it. So we try to negotiate a deal where we can have another organization put money into that organization to help us and assist. That management delayed that process so long that they alienated their partner in such a way that the Rotary feel that we bullied them into an agreement. And that's actually, I don't want to say that's what we did, but we told them this is your responsibility. So that was, Councillor Gous, exactly the first thing when, out of the how many times that they came to see me, that was, or us as the management. The first thing we told them is go and have a talk with Rotary. We've got this deal with them that it's a council decision, and go and see if they're not willing to assist or even sponsor some of the money up front, because it's also a charitable organization as Benevolent Park. And unfortunately, they came back and said they were received with animosity because of the way that the previous management treated Rotary. It was a huge political thing. The Rotary were made out now they're going to take or steal this community organization now. And that was not the intention. The intention was to assist with money. So unfortunately, Rotary said they're going to just stick to the council decision, and it's still going to take years for them. They've not started to develop. They're still in the process. It takes a long time. So at this stage, there's no help. We've applied our mind. We've sat hours with them, and it took time. Our legal services had to go and have a look. What will be the best course to follow, convince us, and so forth. And then they drafted and applied our mind, and that's why it's only now in front of council. Because we felt, how can we give a contract to an organization or to a new board, of which we also might have had questions? How can we give them a new contract if we're sitting where we are, where the organization is bankrupt and we're aware of even more cost that's coming their way or legal suits coming their way? So they're going to be even or get even deeper into trouble. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to ask, thank you, Executive Mayor. I'm going to ask Prince, you please.
Yes, Speaker, thank you. Just on for record purposes, we need now to make a firm recommendation regarding the 18 points in front of you with the secondant and have a decision on it, please.
Speaker, if I may, my apologies, Speaker, but my question wasn't answered about how the public participation process is going to be handled.
Thank you. Just from the administration side, we have a policy that guides us there. So what must happen in terms of that policy is the notice in the paper, like Councillor Gous alluded to earlier. But then there's also what's mentioned in here, processes through the ward councillor and the ward committee members. So that is from the administration side. I'm not aware of additional. Usually there are additional ones coming from councillor side, but yeah, that's what we are aware.
Executive Mayor. Can we just give it,
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Councillor Gous, Speaker, through you, I think it's such an emotional matter that anybody or everybody will know about it by the end of today or tomorrow. So I don't think that the public participation is going to be a matter. That's how I feel. If we go through the process, we come back to council. Obviously, if we feel then that it was fault, then we can maybe relook it. But I seriously don't think it's going to be a problem.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Councillor Porter.
Speaker, through you to the acting MM and the mayor. I don't think that this matter, the public participation process, would be confined to a ward councillor. That entity serves that side of the community, which is the biggest size of the community. Since its inception, the entire communities that carried and that, send their grannies to that institution must participate in the public participation process and not necessarily a ward. So I'm not sure how this will fit in with the policy that Mr. Venter is referring to.
Executive Mayor, thank you. Councillor Porter.
Speaker, yeah, legal can also come in, but obviously we deal within legislation, but I think all public participation processes are open for everybody, for the community of the town. So I don't think that's going to be a problem, Councillor Porter.
Yeah.
Speaker, can I propose then that we accept and that we see what we get from the community?
Thank you so much. Can I have a seconder on this item, please?
Yes, Speaker, I will second the proposal.
Thank you. And no comments? Thank you so much. I think this is the last item. Thank you, councillors. The session will be adjourned. We are finished. You're going, Councillor Ngontu, you can go and eat now.
Speaker, if I may, I just want to mention, I don't think it was an easy job, but you really handled it. Congratulations.
Liquor bylaw committee.
Oh, yeah, just for a moment. Thank you, Councillor Gous. The liquor committee, remember, you must stay. There's a meeting.